House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 29, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Cliff Bentz to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with pride that I rise to recognize Cameron Smith of Westmont, Pennsylvania, for earning the rank of Cadet Captain in the Civil Air Patrol. Cameron is a 2026 graduate of Bishop McCort High School. He is a member of the Cambria County Composite Squadron, which is a branch of the Pennsylvania wing of the Civil Air Patrol. He earned the Amelia Earhart Award and received promotion to Cadet Captain by completing Phase 3 of the Civil Air Patrol Cadet Program. Cameron is a son of Matt and Tori Smith. His plans in the immediate future include sitting for the Federal Aviation Administration final exam to obtain his private pilot license. I congratulate Cameron and his parents on this notable achievement through the cadet program and extend to him best wishes for success throughout his aviation career. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Alan Gift on his selection as the 2026 Franklin County Conservation District Farmer of the Year. In partnership with the Conservation District, Alan has demonstrated a strong commitment to agricultural stewardship and environmental conservation. Also, through the Agricultural Conservation Assistance Program, Alan has initiated a comprehensive project that reduces runoff. At just the age of 30 years, Alan has distinguished himself as a leader in the agricultural industry and a role model for aspiring farm owners. I join with Franklin County Conservation District in congratulating Alan Gift for his outstanding agricultural efforts. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the Franklin County Area Developmental Corporation. Since its founding in 1986, the organization has facilitated more than 1,000 projects in Franklin County. This milestone anniversary presents a valuable opportunity to celebrate the Development Corporation's enduring impact on Franklin County. The success and the priorities of the Franklin County Area Development Corporation foster prosperity and achievement throughout Franklin County. On behalf of constituents in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I personally congratulate Mike Ross, who serves as the president, his staff, and his board of directors on this milestone, and express my personal gratitude for their continued success. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the gifted artisans from Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District who participated in this year's Congressional Art Contest. Several students from Cambria, Huntingdon, Blair, and Franklin counties participated. The 2026 winner is Leah Ritchie, who is a freshman at Cumberland Valley Christian School. Through her acrylic painting, Blazing Liberty, Leah captures the traditions of America by drawing inspiration from our Statue of Liberty, a timeless symbol of patriotism, and the fireworks that bring us together. Leah's work serves as a beautiful tribute to our nation's semi-quincentennial. I extend appreciation to Leah's art teacher, Lisa Fissler, and her mom, Jessie Walliser, for supporting Leah's incredible artistic talents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to revise and request.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, 5 days from now on July 4th, our country will be celebrating its 250th birthday, and all over the nation, there will be enthusiastic events in big cities and small towns to recognize the publication 250 years ago of the Declaration of Independence, which, as historian Jill Lepore recently wrote, is arguably the most important piece of prose in modern history. Its author, Thomas Jefferson, laid out a vision of an independent America built around the individual's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which still inspires not only our own people, but people all over the world. Unfortunately, it's also the one-year anniversary of arguably one of the worst pieces of legislation in the modern era, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, which President Trump signed into law last July 4th, 2025. As the Congressional Budget Office documented, this bill will add $3.4 trillion new dollars to our national debt, provide permanent $1 trillion tax breaks to the top 1% of income earners, cut nutrition programs by at least $187 billion, and worst of all, cuts $1 trillion from America's largest health care program, Medicaid, starting on January 1st. At the time the bill was debated, an overwhelming coalition of hospitals, nursing homes, physician groups, nurses, and patient groups tried to warn the Republicans' majority and the White House that millions of Americans will be denied health care from this draconian butchery of the health care system. To be exact, 10 million Americans will lose their coverage, according to CBO. The majority dismissed those concerns and jammed this measure through, accusing Democrats of scaremongering. According to them, the new work requirements in the law for vulnerable populations will have exemptions for the quote-unquote medically frail, and there was nothing to worry about. A couple of weeks ago, however, these warnings sadly came true when RFK Jr.'s health department released the actual rule state Medicaid directors will have to follow starting in January. The hope was that a medical diagnosis for cancer or HIV or other serious chronic conditions would qualify for protection. Instead, the rule makes clear that a cancer diagnosis will not automatically qualify for an exemption. Instead, the patient will have to document that the disease actually impairs the ability to work. So a patient suffering from pancreatic cancer, brain cancer, breast cancer, lymphoma cancer, will have to demonstrate with job searches and employer paperwork that the disease and the debilitating therapies are an impairment, a hopelessly vague standard that will rob desperately ill patients of care. To put it in a nutshell, the definition of medical frailty is no longer a medical diagnosis by a doctor, but a subjective employability standard that makes no sense. There is a word for this, Mr. Speaker. It is inhumane. Don't take my word for it. On this poster is a list of 48 patient groups vehemently denouncing this vicious rule, which Secretary Kennedy and the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services should withdraw immediately. As you can see, the most credible patient groups, American Cancer Society, the Susan Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, MS Society, American Heart Association, Lung Association, Lupus Foundation, March of Dimes, ALS Association, AIDS Institute, to name just a few, have all warned Kennedy and his followers in Congress that this rule will create chaos and dramatically increase the number of desperately ill people who will lose their health coverage. There is no better way to honor the principles of our treasured Declaration of Independence to guarantee life in the pursuit of happiness than to block this grotesque rule which will condemn the sickest and most vulnerable of our society to degradation and pain. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address a growing threat to the rule of law in my state of Texas. The rise of Sharia, the law of Islam, has reached a tipping point in the Lone Star State, especially in North Texas, which I represent. Opaque Sharia-compliant actions are advancing across our state and our nation. We must be clear. America recognizes only one legal system, the Constitution and laws of the United States. I commend Texas Governor Greg Abbott for his strong leadership in recently confronting this challenge. his actions regarding the proposed Texas American Muslim University, and the planned Muslim-only event at a taxpayer-funded Texas water park demonstrate the continuing vigilance required to protect our uniform system of justice. Last year, nearly 95% of Texas voters supported Proposition 10 to ban Sharia. That was not a symbolic gesture. It was an overwhelming mandate. Texans declared decisively that no foreign legal framework shall influence, operate alongside, or supplant our state's judicial system. They expect their elected representatives to honor that vote. Recent events in the United Kingdom offer a stark and tragic warning. A new independent report on grooming gangs has exposed decades of systemic child sexual exploitation, predominantly of young white British girls by groups of Pakistani Muslim men, with authorities repeatedly failing to act out of fear of being labeled racist. Thousands upon thousands of victims were betrayed by the very institutions meant to protect them. We must not allow such horrors to take root here in America. While Congress is acting, my bill, H.R. 6230, the Tehran Incitement to Violence Act, passed the House and is now pending in the Senate. Federal efforts alone are not enough. The primary responsibility for protecting our legal system from parallel framework rests on the shoulders of an informed citizenry, along with those of state and local leaders. Texans are leading the way, and others are beginning to follow. In Kaufman County, Texas, federal, state, and local officials worked in unison to stop a Sharia city project backed by a Dubai-based development company. Several of my constituents confronted the Wiley School Board after one of their high school principals granted a group called Why Islam access to the campus to hand out Qurans. One of my constituents, Jessica Hulsey, grabbed her walker, got a ride to Josephine City Hall, and stood in front of a crowded room to share her concerns about the proposed East Plano Islamic Center. Across the Red River, citizens in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, successfully put a stop to a Sharia enclave after imploring their local leaders to just say no. Even across the pond, citizens in the UK are beginning to push back against the cultural shift wreaking havoc in their community because of Sharia's influence. In America, belief is protected. Conduct under the law is not. Let me be clear, Sharia is a political legal ideology, not a religion, and therefore it should not fall under the First Amendment protection for faith and worship. The First Amendment safeguards an individual's right to believe and practice their religion, but it has never granted immunity to political systems, especially those that claim authority above the Constitution, which Sharia does. When presented as a governing framework that dictates civil law, family law, criminal penalties, and public policy, Sharia functions as an ideological legal code rather than a religious belief. Under this view, the Constitution must remain the supreme law of the land and no ideological system, particularly Sharia, religious in origin or otherwise, can override the liberties, equal protections, and democratic processes guaranteed to every Republican. I thank the Texas Public Policy Foundation and the Texas legislators advancing common sense measures such as House Bill 495, which prohibits public institutions from accepting funds from foreign adversaries. I also encourage states to expand tools for local officials, including county commissioners, in order to safeguard our laws. Thomas Jefferson declared, "I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. This eternal hostility must extend to any religious or foreign legal code, particularly Sharia, that seeks to supplant American liberty and self-government." As Sir Winston Churchill warned, sometimes it is not enough that we do our best. We must do what is required. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Senate looks to confirm or not confirm Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, I want to point to the body a recent DOJ memo on the Supreme Court's Olmstead decision, which threatens to turn back the clock decades to a time when Americans with disabilities were offered less choice, less freedom, and less care. This memo means the DOJ will not require states to serve people with disabilities in the most integrated setting appropriate to their needs. That means people with disabilities would be isolated from their families and from their communities, and families with a disabled loved one would now fear that their only option is institutionalization. That's what Olmstead did. It prevented institutionalization of people with disabilities, and the DOJ is trying to turn back the clock now. They must reconsider this opinion. This is not just about where people with disabilities live. It's about dignity, equality, and the belief that every person deserves an opportunity to belong. It's on all of us in this body to push back against this discriminatory policy. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing civil war in Sudan has displaced millions of people. 400,000 people have died. That's over half the population of Washington, D.C. And on top of that, 19 million people are facing acute food insecurity there. The war in Iran and its disruption to the supply chain that's made it even harder for assistance to reach Sudan. And so I offered an amendment to the State Department's funding bill to evaluate our current funding levels to Sudan and get them the help that they need and craft a plan to increase funding levels to meet these gaps. But unfortunately, those amendments were rejected. And so I asked the body that we need to do more to support the people suffering in Sudan. And I urge my colleagues to come together and provide life-saving assistance to them. We cannot stand on the sidelines as lives continue to be lost. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding group of young leaders from our community who have earned my nomination as well as appointments to our nation's service academies. Earning an appointment is no small feat. These students have shown excellence in the classroom, leadership in their communities, and dedication to everything they do. But what stands out most is their willingness to serve. Last week and early this week, all 19 are reporting for their first days at the academies, beginning with basic cadet training, induction day, and more as they take the first steps in a lifetime of service. At a time when they could choose many different paths, and they have chosen to build one instead that's built on sacrifice, discipline, and responsibility. And wherever their path takes them, our country will be better off because of it and because they chose to serve. So on behalf of our community, congratulations to the 19 who are reporting for their first day. We're proud of you, we're grateful for you, and we're excited to see your accomplishments. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the student athletes in our community who have won state championships in the spring 2026 season. A total of 9 varsity spring sports teams in our community achieved this goal. So many that I couldn't do 9 different speeches. I wanted to do one for all of them. I was the Freedom High School boys tennis team, the Independence High School boys lacrosse team, Independence High School girls soccer, Riverside boys lacrosse and girls lacrosse both won the state championship this year, Rock Ridge boys tennis, Tuscarora High School softball, and Woodgrove and Battlefield baseball teams both won. They could really help our baseball team on the Democratic side. So it's not easy to compete at such a high level while also balancing classes and personal lives. So I commend these student athletes for their commitment to excellence. Many of them are going to go to college and continue to play. And it's safe to say that Northern Virginia is home of stars, both in classroom as well as on the field. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about something that maybe isn't the most exciting subject, but it's something I used to teach in the classroom. It's called federalism. The map to my left here shows exactly what's happening in America today, and it's a great thing. People have the power to vote with their feet and leave failed states. There is a reason states like Texas and Florida are attracting more and more people because the system works. People are recognizing that we have high taxes and high crime. It's time to leave that state. And that's what's happening today, the idea where people are voting with their feet. Federalism is that opportunity, and it's the reason why I want to talk about what's happened in the last few years. Now, one of the issues I want to talk about is I would call it amnesia, or maybe memory loss. During the Biden years, food prices went up dramatically. You'll see that when you used to spend $200 at the grocery store, you spent $254. If you spend $1,000 a month at the grocery store, over $1,200, almost $1,300. That is a significant amount of money. It is fundamental. And especially as we move towards the MAHA movement, people are making better choices, but with great challenges. And so with the idea of amnesia, what is the Democrat plan? Their plan has been, let's go back to those failed policies. And it wasn't just on groceries. In early 2021, the monthly rent was between $1,550 and $1,600. When we took over in early 25, it had gotten high as over $2,000. Again, a radical increase. And their plan is to go back to this plan. So this is why I want to make sure people recognize where we're at. The affordability issue is a challenge, no doubt. But the return to failure is not an option. And that's why I'm pleased to see that we are moving in a direction that should matter. Because not only are we reducing some of these costs, but more importantly, we're putting more money back in people's pockets. Now, the Democrats had the opportunity in 21 and 22 to pass all types of things to actually reduce taxes for the working class. They could have cut taxes on Social Security, on overtime, and tips, yet they failed to do so. They could have reduced taxes on the middle class, so hard hit by the inflationary numbers I just talked about. They did nothing. So we gave them a second chance. We said we're actually going to reduce taxes on overtime, tips, and Social Security. Join us in that effort to help people hard hit by higher food costs and higher rent costs. But to the member, they said no. They wanted to actually let the tax rate regress back to the old Obama rates, which would have been on average 23% increase. Is that giving relief to people? Absolutely not. That's why I think people, as I've mentioned before in this map, it's so important that people have the power to vote with their feet. They know when they go to my home state of Florida that taxes are lower. And I'll just give you one simple example. I'm a former New Yorker. And do you know that Florida actually has more people than New York, and yet their state budget is twice as high? That means you're paying twice as much in taxes than you are in Florida. And I'll ask you the other logical question. Where would you feel safer today, in New York City or in Florida? These are the choices that people get to make in America, and it's a great thing. And it's a reason why we don't think one size fits all. And the reason why we want to allow people to vote with their feet, whether it be on education issues, tax issues, or even public safety. The choices are clear. Stay on the positive path of putting more money in your pocket, giving you the flexibility to live in states that actually believe in freedom, or regress to 4 years of failure. And it's not just, again, on money issues, but that issue of crime is so important today. And the understanding of where we want to go. They even want to change the number of people on the Supreme Court, pack the court in order to get their way in the end. That's not the way to solutions, and that's why I think people need to make sure they do not have amnesia moving forward or memory loss, that the best way to solve problems is to empower the individual and send less power to Washington and more power back home. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal Lord, let your favor rest upon these United States. For 250 years, you have been our shield and defender, our guardian, guide, and stay, and we pray you would abide with us now and always. As we reflect on the noble history of this republic, it is easy to boast in our accomplishments, the growth of our nation's power, the resilience of its democratic principles, the bounty of our resources. All that we have and all that we are today are evidence of your divine grace upon us. Lest we base our pride in our own efforts, remind us again that you alone have established the work of our hands. We humbly acknowledge that the blessings we enjoy remain ours only as we remain faithful to you. We rejoice in our freedoms, but we're not really free if we fail to protect and defend faithfully this sacred treasure you alone have bestowed on us. And in defending the great experiment in self-government, may our devotion to you, and not our own personal desires, shape the course of our country. Lord, you are our dwelling place and have been throughout all generations. We offer to you ourselves, our trust, and our devotion that you would establish the work of our hands and continue to guide us in the years ahead. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including the guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Oregon Wheat Growers League on its 100th year anniversary. Since its inception in 1926, the Wheat Growers League has supported, encouraged, and promoted the production of wheat, one of the most important sources of nutrition in the world. Over the past 100 years, the League has transformed the individual voices of wheat farmers into a formidable and effective political organization. The League's advocacy is essential because Oregon's agricultural sector continues to face serious challenges, including skyrocketing fertilizer and energy costs, market uncertainty, severe drought, and misguided regulation. Again, congratulations to the Oregon Wheat Growers League on reaching its 100th year, and thanks to the generations of producers, families, and local leaders who helped build and maintain this successful and essential organization. I look forward to working with all of you as we build a brighter future for Oregon's wheat producers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Donald Trump and House Republicans are helping keep families safe. Border provisions in the Working Families Tax Cut law are secured the addition of completing hundreds of miles of border wall with advanced border technology, hiring 10,000 new immigration and customs enforcement officers, 3,000 new Border Patrol agents, strengthening the Coast Guard operations targeting drug trafficking and human smuggling. A secure border is the first defense for American families. In conclusion, God bless our troops. President Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, providing targeting information to Iran to murder Americans and Israelis. This weekend, South Carolina Republicans convened to celebrate their nearly 70% primary victory of Alan Wilson for governor, with teammates Mike Rickenbach for Lieutenant Governor, Dave Sumbo for Attorney General, Ellen Weaver for Superintendent of Education, and Cody Simpson for Agricultural Commissioner. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in memory of one of our own, Mr. Ed Scott, whose life was taken by a senseless act of violence on June 12, 2026. Ed graduated from Lakeview High School in San Angelo, and he was a dedicated City of Midland employee serving his community for many years. He was well known throughout Midland and West Texas for his involvement in softball, where he spent over 30 years as an umpire, officiating recreational, high school, and collegiate games. Ed's impact extended far beyond the softball field. He devoted much of his time to mentoring young athletes and umpires, creating memories that will live on for generations. The loss of Ed Scott leaves a void that cannot be filled. He was the kind of man who made his community stronger simply by being a part of it. His love for family and dedication to softball and so many other activities will continue to inspire all who knew him. We continue to pray for his wife, Laura, his children, his grandchildren, and the entire community of Midland. May God grant them peace, and may his memory serve as a blessing to all who knew him. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House of Representatives for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Ashley Dawson of Coweta County, Georgia, for being named the 2026 National Schools to Watch Teacher of the Year. Selected as the sole recipient of this honor, Dr. Dawson was chosen from an exceptionally competitive field of educators representing more than 750 schools to watch schools across 22 states. For more than 14 years, Dr. Dawson has served students in Georgia's public schools. Before being named assistant principal of Blake Bass Middle School in Noonan, Dr. Dawson taught social studies and audiovisual broadcasting and film. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, I met with Dr. Dawson at the Capitol. Her passion for education is inspiring, and her ideas about new educational opportunities will provide incredible experiences for the students of Blake Bass Middle School. Beyond the classroom, Dr. Dawson sponsors Beta Club, leads the Fellowship of Christian Athletes and Chick-fil-A Leader Academy, and serves as the school's yearbook advisor. Mr. Speaker, all of us remember a teacher who shaped our lives and guided us onto a path toward success. Dr. Ashley Dawson, the 2026 National Schools to Watch Teacher of the Year, is that type of teacher for which Coweta County and all of Georgia's 3rd Congressional District are very proud. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8873, the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud and Banks Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 585, H.R. 8873, a bill to recover unclaimed pandemic-era unemployment compensation funds held by financial institutions or escheated to state unclaimed property administrators and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud and Banks Act, led by my Ways and Means colleague, Representative Beth Van Dyne, and Representative Tom Swazi. As the lead sponsor of this legislation, Representative Van Dyne has been shining a spotlight on the fraud epidemic, even from her earliest days serving on the Ways and Means Committee. Unemployment insurance benefits are a target-rich environment for fraudsters. According to the Government Accountability Office, between $100 to $135 billion in COVID-era unemployment benefits are estimated to have been taken by fraudsters using eligibility loopholes and stolen identities. Of that money, a Department of Labor Inspector General investigation found that nearly $1 billion of fraudulent COVID-era unemployment benefits is currently frozen and being held in financial institutions across the country. At one financial institution, the highest balance on a single card was $76,000. At a second financial institution, $56,000. The statute of limitations for prosecuting COVID-era unemployment insurance fraud has already begun to expire, limiting the amount of money law enforcement can return or the number of criminals that they can bring to justice. Time is of the essence to recover the money stolen and rightfully owed to taxpayers. This bipartisan bill establishes a new federal task force to work with states to return the fraudulent unemployment benefits sitting in banks to American taxpayers. The task force will develop model processes and guidances necessary for states to reclaim funds in a cost-efficient way, issue guidance to financial institutions on the legal path for returning funds, and establish due process protections for claimants whose identity was stolen as part of the crime. Additionally, the bill doubles the statute of limitations for COVID-era unemployment insurance fraud prosecution from 5 to 10 years. As of last year, the Department of Labor reported more than 150,000 open complaints, and the Department of Justice had more than 1,648 open investigations regarding pandemic unemployment fraud. Prosecutors need more time to hold criminals accountable. Every day Congress waits to pass this bill is another day that another fraudster will get away with stealing money that rightfully belongs to taxpayers and individuals in need. The Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud and Banks Act passed 41-0 out of the Ways and Means Committee. This bill has also received the endorsement from the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and the Strategic Services on Unemployment and Workers' Compensation. I urge my colleagues to provide a similar level of support and advance this to the Senate and President Trump's desk. I yield back the balance of my time. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise in support of H.R. 8873, the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act. And I thank Chairman Smith, and I want to especially thank my colleague, Representative Van Dyne, for sponsoring this bipartisan common sense bill. Will help root out fraud, protect vulnerable Americans, and help return stolen funds to the states who were robbed. We have to remember that COVID was a really terrifying period for our country. Everyone was vulnerable. Hardworking Americans lost their jobs, homes, and loved ones overnight. Many struggling families were forced to rely on unemployment assistance to make ends meet. 22 million workers lost their jobs, and about a quarter of all U.S. workers received unemployment benefits. As a result, states issued billions in unemployment benefits, some of it on prepaid debit cards through contracts with banks. These benefits were meant to help families afford their basic needs during the lockdown. These benefits kept more than 5 million people out of poverty as they faced the threat of mortgage defaults, utility shutoffs, and hunger. Unfortunately, while people were isolated and overwhelmed and desperate for reliable information, criminals and fraudsters exploited those vulnerabilities and attacked unsuspecting Americans. In fact, domestic and international cybercrime rings weaponized stolen identities. That is, they stole people's identities. And they used loopholes to actually apply for unemployment insurance using the fake identities that they had stolen. And they applied for this federal pandemic aid. Right now, as I speak to you, some of this stolen money is still sitting untouched in debit cards. Even worse, investigators estimate that the majority of fraudulent debit cards as a result of identity theft, and that many of the victims have no idea that they were even targeted. These are working families and senior citizens. Cyber criminals have figured out how to take complete advantage of our system. They wait to withdraw the funds from these debit cards until, and this is the important thing, they wait until the statute of limitations expires on each case, and therefore avoid the legal consequences for stealing. According to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, in 2021, banks experienced $212 billion in suspicious activity related to identity. That number increased to $394 billion in transactions in 2023. The statute of limitations for prosecuting many of these pandemic crimes is 5 years, meaning that consequences began expiring for some of these criminals in March of 2025. This has already resulted in the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds. So we have to act now before we lose these millions of dollars. Congress has to be united in going after fraud and protecting Americans from illegal scams and identity theft. We have an opportunity to take that action today by supporting H.R. 8873, Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act. This bill would extend the statute of limitations for the remaining cases where it hasn't already expired and create a task force to support recovery of those funds identified by the Inspector General that can be recovered cost-effectively without diverting time or money from future fraud prevention. Every time a debit card that was issued using stolen identity is detected, in addition to recovering the money, this bill ensures that the victim of the theft is notified and provided with resources. This is critically important because if the criminal has used a victim's identity to apply for pandemic unemployment insurance, chances are that that criminal is going to use that stolen identity to commit other crimes as well. By extending the statute of limitations, this bill would allow the Office of the Inspector General to complete at least 300 current investigations into large-scale unemployment insurance fraud and potentially recover those funds for the taxpayer. By supporting this bill, Congress can help states focus their energy on the most cost-effective prevention and recovery efforts. Money recovered by the states will help ensure that state unemployment insurance systems are able to prevent fraud and pay earned benefits on time and accurately to unemployed Americans in the future. This is especially important right now. Gas prices are too high. Grocery prices are too high. Healthcare prices are too high. And too many Americans live in fear of losing their job and being unable to afford their family's basic needs. We have a responsibility to eradicate fraud, hold fraudsters accountable, and keep Americans and their identities safe from harm online. I'd like to once again thank Representative Van Dyne for sponsoring this common sense bill, and I urge all members of the committee to support this legislation. And thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is now recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8873, the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act, which I was proud to introduce with my bipartisan partner, Representative Swazi of New York. This common sense legislation creates a federal task force to work with states to recover unspent federal pandemic unemployment funds that remain frozen in financial institutions and return those taxpayer dollars to the U.S. Treasury. But Congress must act quickly. Last December, the Department of Labor's Office of Inspector General issued 2 fraud alerts, identifying nearly $1 billion in unspent federal employment funds frozen by banks because of suspected fraud. Those funds now are sitting on millions of prepaid debit cards that states used to distribute supplemental unemployment benefits during the pandemic. But more than 6 years later, many of these accounts have simply been forgotten. So they remain unreconciled by state workforce agencies, and in many cases have even been transferred to state unclaimed property divisions, making recovery even that much more difficult. Without congressional action, hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars could be lost permanently. So the Ways and Means Committee has made combating pandemic unemployment fraud a top priority. Earlier this year, the Work and Welfare Subcommittee held a hearing that examined the scope of this problem and the consequences of failing to act. During that hearing, the Department of Labor Inspector General testified that the fraud alerts covered prepaid debit card accounts across 21 states, and that more than $200 million in suspected fraudulent funds had already been transferred into state unclaimed property programs. H.R. 8873 addresses this problem by establishing a federal task force led by a national recovery coordinator to partner with states in identifying, recovering, and returning those federal unemployment dollars to taxpayers. The bill also extends the statute of limitations for prosecuting pandemic unemployment from fraud from 5 years to 10 years. And this provision mirrors H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, which passed the House last year with bipartisan support. Federal investigators are still actively pursuing hundreds of pandemic fraud cases. Since October 2025 alone, the Department of Labor Inspector General has brought 59 criminal matters to prosecution, resulting in charges across 131 individuals and more than $16 million in recoveries. Extending the statute of limitations ensures that prosecutors have the time that they need to hold fraudsters accountable. This legislation has earned bipartisan support from the National Association of State Workforce Agencies, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and Strategic Services on Unemployment and Workers' Compensation. Every dollar stolen through fraud is a dollar that cannot serve hardworking Americans or reduce our nation's debt. It's not too late to recover these taxpayer funds, and it's not too late to hold criminals accountable. H.R. 8873 gives us the tools to do both. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. H.R. 8873, the Recover COVID Unemployment Fraud in Banks Act, is a common-sense bill that helps eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, recovers stolen taxpayer dollars, and protects some of our most vulnerable citizens, including older Americans. At a time when too many families face the uncertainty of unemployment, high gas and grocery prices, and seniors are forced to choose between food, rent, and health care, we can't allow fraudsters to get away with stealing funds meant to help hardworking families. We have a responsibility to root out fraud, hold bad actors accountable, and protect Americans and their identities from being exploited ever again. I again want to thank my colleague, Representative Van Dyne, for working in a bipartisan collaborative fashion on this common sense legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Missouri is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm glad the Ways and Means Committee was able to come together in bipartisan unity and bring this important piece of legislation to the floor. The American people expect Congress to root out the fraud in the critical social safety net so many rely on, including unemployment insurance. To date, only $6 billion of stolen UI benefits have been recovered. It's shameful that these benefits were stolen from vulnerable Americans in the first place. It will be equally shameful if Congress doesn't pass the bipartisan bill and recover the fraudulent unemployment benefits we know are sitting in banks and prosecute more fraudsters. I want to thank all my colleagues, but especially the leaders of this bill, Representatives Van Dyne and Swazi, for their leadership in fighting fraud. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8873 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5347, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to ensure the availability of appropriate collection types for quality reporting under the Medicare Shared Savings Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, led by Ways and Means Committee members, the Health Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Vern Buchanan, and Representative Jimmy Panetta. As the lead sponsor of this legislation, Congressman Buchanan has been a strong champion for ensuring that our healthcare system is focused on the right outcomes, including improved patient health through chronic disease prevention, rather than Washington paperwork mandates. This bill ensures that complex reporting requirements do not overwhelm healthcare providers or distract them from their primary job, caring for patients. Accountable care organizations, or ACOs, are groups of healthcare providers who are responsible for improving patient health and reducing spending through value-based care. More than 500 such ACOs, comprising nearly 700,000 medical providers, cared for over 12 million Medicare beneficiaries just last year. In their 14-year history, ACOs have saved taxpayers $12 billion. ACOs are required to submit data on patient outcomes and operations, known as quality measures, to the federal government to track their performance and determine their shared savings. The current system for reporting quality measures is labor-intensive. Some ACOs use as many as 15 different electronic health record systems to track and report this data. One health system spent $5.6 million and 100,000 staff hours on reporting in a single year. Digital reporting could ease this burden, while potentially saving $14 billion in national health costs and investing resources in better care. However, the lack of guidance disrupts operations and means digital reporting has yet to lighten the load for many medical providers. This bipartisan bill provides stability for quality measure reporting and flexibility for smaller provider practices. It also establishes a pilot program for digital reporting to determine best practices. This policy is particularly helpful for over 12,000 small, rural, or independent providers who are committed to lowering cost and improving patient outcomes, but often lack the sophisticated software needed to comply with a digital reporting regime. Medical providers should not waste precious resources and man-hours on reporting data to Washington bureaucrats when the need for patient care is so great. This bill ensures that ACOs can put quality patient care first. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Again, I rise in support of H.R. 5347, the Health Care Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, which was introduced by two of my good friends, Vern Buchanan from Florida and Congressman Panetta from California. This is a common-sense, bipartisan bill to improve care for Medicare patients while reducing burdens on health care providers. The bill does this by expanding quality reporting options for accountable care organizations. These organizations, accountable care organizations, are groups of doctors, hospitals, and other healthcare professionals that work together with the aim of providing better care to patients on Medicare. They do this by coordinating their efforts and sharing information with one another rather than working separately. These organizations were created under the Affordable Care Act to improve health care quality and to lower costs. When an accountable care organization is able to improve care and reduce costs, they get to share in the savings generated. The legislation would provide for a wider variety of quality measure reporting methods to be used in Medicare through the year 2029. It also creates a digital quality measure pilot program to ensure any transition to digital quality measures continues to assess care quality and reduce burdens for providers. The Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act is supported by the National Association of Accountable Care Organizations, America's Physician Groups, Epic Systems, Oracle Health, Accountable for Health, and the Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society. Doctors in my district tell me, like many of my colleagues all the time, that they want to spend more time caring for their patients and less time with paperwork and medical record systems. Today's physicians are bogged down in insurance paperwork and are severely underpaid because Medicare reimbursement rates have not kept up with the rate of inflation. Physicians work incredibly hard every day to care for us, our loved ones, and our communities, and they deserve to be supported so they can continue to provide quality care for patients across the country. This bill is a step towards ensuring that physicians have the support they need to provide the best care possible for their patients. The Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act received unanimous support from the members of the House Ways and Means Committee, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill on the floor today. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, the Vice Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Buchanan.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our Chairman Smith for his incredible leadership over the years. I rise in strong support of my bill, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, which helps minimize burdens on value-based care organizations. We must move away from fee-for-service. As someone that's been in business for a long time, the incentives are wrong. That's part of the problem. The more you do, the more you make. The sicker you are, the more you make. And I just don't like that. Not to say doctors take advantage of it, but it's just the incentives are wrong, and we need to fix that. That's why I'm a strong supporter of accountable care organizations. Americans deserve better, and the focus needs to be on quality of care, not quantity. As our health system continues shifting towards value-based care, we need to do everything we can to make health care more supportive, especially in ACOs. ACOs and the Medicare share portion of it in terms of the program, they save annually about $2 billion annually. My bill ensures a smooth transition to digital reporting to physicians, can focus more focused on their patients themselves. I want to thank Mr. Panetta for his bipartisan leadership and helping me working together on this. And I want to thank Leaders Solis and the Whip for letting me bring this to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to support Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized. Gentleman from Missouri. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time. H.R. 5347, the Healthcare Efficiency Through Flexibility Act, is a common-sense, bipartisan bill to provide more flexibility when accountable care organizations report on the care they provide to their patients. This bill ensures that the CMS provides a smooth transition as it improves these reporting requirements, thereby reducing confusion and administrative burdens for physicians who are with us at the most vulnerable times in our lives. While Congress continues to work on other legislation to address physician payment issues and more, I urge my colleagues to support this bill that Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Panetta have worked on together in a bipartisan fashion, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This bill before us today was approved with total support by Ways and Means Republicans and Democrats. The purpose of value-based care is to implement solutions to some of this nation's most pressing health challenges, including the high cost of care. Digital reporting of quality measures holds the promise of relieving the administrative cost associated with accountable care organizations. However, that potential does not do doctors, patients, or taxpayers any good when the rules and timeline for digital reporting of quality measures are uncertain. Ultimately, this bill keeps medical providers at accountable care organizations focused on providing better health care at a lower cost that eliminates the potential distraction of complying with new digital reporting requirements that are yet to be finalized. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5347 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 629, an act to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 to remove barriers to agricultural producers and accessing funds to carry out emergency measures under the Emergency Conservation Program and for other purposes.
Gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7128 as amended.
Report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7128, a bill to extend the terrorism risk insurance program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I am including in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to start today by thanking Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and my co-lead on this bill, Congressman Andrew Garbarino. All of us have worked together on legislative texts that would reauthorize the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program while also making changes that will protect taxpayers. This legislation would reauthorize TRIA, the program established by Congress in the aftermath of the September 11, 2001 terrorist attacks through 2034. We are so fortunate that we have never seen a TRIA claim in the program's entire history, and I hope that we never, ever see one. However, if this program is going to continue to exist with a public backstop, we should ensure we update its charter to protect taxpayers in the event of future claims, and we should work to ensure the certification process is transparent. Allow me to briefly walk through the changes this bill makes to TRIA. Number one, this legislation increases the amount of losses that must result from an event for it to be eligible for review by the Department of Treasury as a terrorism risk insurance event. The current statutory threshold is $5 million, and this bill would increase that to $10 million for events in 2029 and later. That change will keep this threshold in line with inflation, and it will put in place appropriate protections for taxpayers from future claims. This legislation also provides a couple new deadlines or shot clocks, as you may have them, for the Department of Treasury to certify whether an event is an act of terror. That process would work as follows. First, Treasury would publish its intent to examine a potential event more closely in the Federal Register. They must publish this notice within 30 days of initiating their review of an event. Then, 90 days after publishing that notice in the Federal Register, Treasury would need to come to a decision about whether that event qualifies as an act of terror. If Treasury needs more time, they could extend that deadline up to a year after the original event occurred. Because the program, again, thankfully, has never been tested, we don't have much of a case study in how Treasury's review process would work today. What we do know is that markets tend not to react well to uncertainty. With no active deadlines for review, the current process leaves a lot of room for ambiguity and uncertainty. We want to ensure that if, God forbid, we are in the position of reacting to a potential terrorist attack with the Treasury review, there is sufficient structure to the process to provide insureds and insurers with the information they need on when to expect Treasury's review to conclude. With these changes, there will be transparency for everyone in the market regarding when Treasury is undertaking a review of specific events and when they can expect a final decision on whether an event is covered by TRIA. I am so pleased to have bipartisan support for this common sense reauthorization of the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program. Mr. Speaker, I am now offering 7 letters of support for the record on behalf of this bill.
Without objection.
I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Nebraska reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support H.R. 7128, the TRIA Program Reauthorization Act of 2026, sponsored by Representative Flood. I'm pleased that today we are considering this critical legislation to reauthorize the Terrorist Risk Insurance Program for 7 years. This is a bipartisan bill, as it has been in past reauthorizations. I want to first thank Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, Representative Flood, and our staffs for working to ensure long-term certainty and availability of affordable terrorism risk insurance all across the country, which small businesses, hospitals, universities, not-for-profits, and others rely on. TRIA was first enacted after the September 11th terrorist acts. After the attack, terrorism risk insurance all but disappeared, and any coverage that could be found was extremely expensive. Without terrorism insurance, commercial reconstruction in New York stalled. raising the threat of larger economic fallout. In response, Congress passed TRIA in 2022 to provide certainty for insurers and policyholders and access to terrorism risk insurance by creating a federal backstop in the event of catastrophic losses. Since then, the program has effectively done just that. As we look back nearly 25 years since 9/11, it is important to recognize the federal government's role in supporting economic development through TRIA. Our role in Congress, as stakeholders, unanimously agree with that act. TRIA is set to expire at the end of 2027, and by reauthorizing the program ahead of that deadline will offer desperately desired certainty to policyholders moving forward. This legislation will provide a long-term reauthorization through 2034 and make targeted but sensible updates to the program. The bill would increase the threshold to certify an individual terrorism event to require more than $10 million in property and casualty insurance losses from the current level of more than $5 million. It would also codify the existing regulatory requirement that Treasury provides public notice in the Federal Register within 30 days of beginning the process of certification, determination, and require Treasury to insist its determination within 90 days of that notice. To address minor technical feedback from Treasury, the bill will now allow the Secretary of the Treasury to extend its review period for an additional 365 days if there is insufficient information at the time to determine certification. I would also like to thank Congresswoman Velasquez and Congresswoman Presley for their efforts on the bill, as their communities were directly impacted by tragedies caused by terrorism. I urge all of my colleagues to support this essential legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, will control the remainder of the time. The gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is now recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me thank Chairman Flood and Ranking Member Cleaver of the subcommittee, and certainly our full committee ranking member, Mrs. Waters, for their work with the majority to craft this extension of the Terror Risk Insurance Act, H.R. 7128. The reauthorization of this program is important, and I want to thank, on a bipartisan basis, those who've worked to bring it to fruition. Every member of this body, Mr. Speaker, including you, my friend, knows where they were on September 11th, 2001. That day changed everything, including how America thought about risk. Before those attacks, the private insurance market handled terrorism risk like any other. After 9/11, no insurer could price it or absorb it alone. Congress subsequently created TRIA in 2002. The purpose of TRIA is spelled out in the original law. Section 101B states that TRIA is designed to provide for a transparent system of shared public and private compensation for insured losses resulting from acts of terrorism in order to protect consumers. That's the goal here, to give policyholders access to the financial protection they need and confidence they need to build skyscrapers, sports venues, and malls, and employ workers that drive our economy. Each reauthorization is an opportunity to look at what's working and what's not, what adjustments are needed to keep delivering market certainty and stability. As time has passed, quirks in TRIA have appeared that make it harder for those policyholders to get their claims paid quickly and fully, and left insurers adrift in the lurch of a clunky will they, won't they certification process. Mr. Flood's bill today proposes a modest set of improvements that will add clarity to the certification process and makes it easier for insurers to pay their claims in a timely manner and more easily for policyholders to recover financially when they need those payments the most. Throughout this process, we've sought feedback from members on both sides of the aisle, and others as we've moved to get out in front of this program's scheduled expiration in December 2027, so that everyone would have an opportunity to review and debate the modest improvements contained in this measure. The reality is that terrorism is now, unfortunately, a permanent fixture of American life. Whether you're in Los Angeles, the Big Apple, or Little Rock, this risk does not respect geography, and it does not go away. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Flood's bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to enter into a colloquy with the chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was appalled by reports that a FEMA employee used their authority entrusted by the United States to determine access to federal aid based on a political yard sign. Whether we're talking about FEMA or the Terrorism Risk Insurance Act, this type of action violates the mission of federal programs that Congress designs to work for all Americans. Likewise, H.R. 7128 is also designed to avoid anything like that from happening in the future with regard to the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program. Congress passed TRIA shortly after the horrific September 11th terrorist attack in an effort to ensure all businesses, not just some, could access terrorism insurance coverage. Since then, we have repeatedly reauthorized the Act to provide certainty to all American businesses and the insurance market. However, a capricious use of TRIA would undermine the certainty, and for that reason, some of the changes we made to the Act would ensure that certainty is a part of what both sides believe to be necessary. Mr. Chairman, I know you agree with me on this matter, and I value your thoughts as well.
Is the gentleman yielding?
I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding, and I agree with his assessment. It's true that TRIA was designed to create certainty, not doubt, for our businesses, indeed our economy at large, after something unthinkable takes place. It requires insurance companies to make standalone terrorism coverage available to their clients who can choose to purchase it or not, in addition to their traditional business insurance coverage. That was the system we devised more than 2 decades ago to provide continuity after a large-scale terrorism event, as well as to provide businesses for the fastest path to economic recovery. It simply would not work within the spirit of the law or the confines of this reauthorization to pursue pathways that interrupted that system and flow of that important post-event recovery capital. So I'm very pleased, as my friend from Missouri knows, that Ranking Member Waters and I have worked to include some small but important reforms to the post-event process to make sure that policyholders can get their claims paid more fully and quickly the way that TRIA intended. Simply put, TRIA should always be about putting affected policyholders first, and that is represented in the bill text that we're voting on today. I thank the gentleman from Missouri for yielding, and I yield back to him.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
I have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and I yield to the gentleman from Missouri.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
TRIA exists because the private market left alone will not provide adequate terrorism risk insurance for businesses, universities, and policyholders. The losses are too large and too unpredictable for private insurers to price or absorb alone. We learned this after September 11th, when coverage all but vanished and commercial reconstruction stalled in New York City. Congress stepped in with a federal backstop, and for over 2 decades, TRIA has kept the market functioning. H.R. 7128 reauthorizes that federal reinsurance program for 7 years, extending certainty to small businesses, hospitals, universities, and not-for-profits that rely on it. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation, and with TRIA set to expire at the end of 2027, passing this bill now by reauthorizing it through 2034 with sensible, targeted updates is both timely and necessary. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to echo agreement with Ranking Member Cleaver's words today, as well as the chairman of our subcommittee, Mike Flood, and his hard work on both sides of the aisle to bring forward this 7-year reauthorization of this critically important program well in advance of its expiration. What I love about this is the work of the majority and the minority working together for the benefit of the American economy are getting this done, Mr. Speaker, well in advance of any loss or gap in coverage. And we know it's important. We treasure the fact that we're in the semi-quincentennial year of our country's life, 250 years after the Declaration of Independence. But everybody in the back of their mind on this House floor in the coming weeks will be thinking about another anniversary, one that we're not celebrating with fireworks or bands or parades, and that's sadly the 25th anniversary of the terror attacks on Washington, New York, and our country at large. And it makes us sad, and we reflect on those who we lost, the claims that we're still paying, the families that are still mourning. And this bill is an important reminder that we have an obligation to our country to do things right, to be thinking about the future, to be thinking about our nation's economic growth, prosperity, and the safety of the American people. And so I want to urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to answer the call today and support this 7-year reauthorization of our terror risk insurance program. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7128 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid
Mr.
on.
Speaker,
for what purpose to the gentleman from Arkansas?
I'd request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking a vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4662.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4662, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 6444 San Fernando Road in Glendale, California, as the Paul Ignatius Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Supermeyer, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Glendale, California, for Paul Ignatius. A City of Glendale native, Paul commissioned as a naval officer in World War II following his graduation from the University of Southern California. He continued his education after his military service at Harvard University, receiving an MBA. Paul served 2 presidential administrations as Assistant Secretary of the Army, Undersecretary of the Army, Assistant Secretary of Defense, and Secretary of the Navy. He's the recipient of the Army Distinguished Civilian Service Award, the Navy Distinguished Public Service Award, the Department of Defense Distinguished Public Service Award. In addition to his numerous accolades, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer ship was named after him, which is currently homeported in Rota, Spain. After spending his career dedicated to public service in the country, Paul was an active member in his community, involved in various nonprofit organizations, and served on several boards. I call on my colleagues, my House colleagues, to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4662 to designate the facility of the United States Post Office located at 644 San Fernando Road in Glendale, California as the Paul Ignatius Post Office. And I yield 3 minutes to my friend, the Congresswoman from California, Representative Friedman, to discuss this bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill to designate the United States Postal Service facility on San Fernando Road in Glendale, California, as the Paul Ignatius Post Office. Let me start by thanking my colleagues for bringing this legislation to the floor and giving us the opportunity to come together, set aside our differences, and honor a truly outstanding American. Paul Ignatius was born in Glendale in 1920 to Armenian immigrant parents who escaped horrific persecution and genocide overseas. They put down roots on San Fernando Road, the same streets where, as a young man, Paul clerked at the post office that will carry his name should this bill pass. Paul went on to answer the call in World War II as a naval officer and served 8 years across 2 presidential administrations as Assistant Secretary of the Army, Undersecretary of the Army, Assistant Secretary of Defense, and ultimately as Secretary of the Navy. He earned too many awards to list here today, but they include the Army, Navy, and Department of Defense Distinguished Public Service Awards. The Navy named a guided missile destroyer after him, the SS Paul Ignatius. After serving our Navy in the military, he went home and kept giving back to his community well past his 100th birthday. Sadly, he passed away last fall at the age of 104. As we approach our nation's 250th anniversary, I keep coming back to his story, the son of Armenian immigrants who fled persecution and built a new life in this country, who answered the call to serve under presidents of both parties, and who went home and continued giving back to their community until the very end. He's the kind of American we should all aspire to be. There's a reason this legislation has brought together the California delegation, Democrats and Republicans, and an independent, because there's nothing partisan about honoring a patriot like Paul Ignatius. It's simply the right thing for us all to do. I want to thank my colleagues again for their support, and I urge passage of this bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back.
Mr. Speaker, having no further speakers, I'm prepared to close.
All right.
I have no further
Gentleman from
speakers,
Virginia
and
is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Mr. Ignatius by naming this post office after him, and I urge the passage of H.R. 4662 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
I have no further speakers as well. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Paul Ignatius, a dedicated soldier and public servant, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4662? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the ayes have it. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motions to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3350.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3350, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 340 East 1st Street in Tustin, California as the Ursula Ellen Kennedy Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, the gentleman from Mr. Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, including extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Tustin, California, for Ursula Ellen Kennedy. Ursula and her husband raised 3 children in Tustin, California. She's an accomplished author, publishing more than 500 articles and a book on essays. In 1978, Ursula became the first woman ever elected to the Tustin City Council. 12 years later, Ursula became the first woman elected to mayor, where she served for 2 terms. Through her dedicated leadership to the city of Tustin, Ursula contributed to the creation of senior services, community planning, and environmental protections, leaving a lasting civil legacy. She'll be remembered for her humor, persistence, and relentless work ethic. I call on my House colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in supporting this bill. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting the life of Mayor Kennedy and her public service for the city of Tustin, California by naming this post office after her, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3350 to designate a post office in the city of Tustin in Southern California as the Ursula Ellen Kennedy Post Office Building. Ursula Ellen Kennedy made history as the first woman elected to the Tustin City Council and the first woman to serve as mayor of Tustin. At a time when few women held public office, Ursula stepped forward to serve the city she loved. In 1978, she was elected to the Tustin City Council, and 6 years later, her colleagues chose her to serve as Tustin's mayor. But her story did not begin in City Hall. While raising her family, she became a writer, publishing more than 500 articles and a book of essays. In her 40s, she enrolled in law school, earned her degree, passed the bar, and built a career as an attorney while raising her family. Ursula came to City Hall to build a stronger Tustin. When the city's planning commission was disbanded, she fought to restore it because she believed residents deserved a voice in their community's future. She helped guide the development of East Tustin into the neighborhood we know today as Tustin Ranch. She also championed the senior center that still serves residents today, helping bring it from vision to reality. More than 3 decades later, it remains a lasting testament to her leadership. Ursula Kennedy passed away in 2024 at the age of 87. She is remembered as a woman of vision, humor, fairness, and heart, and lives behind a loving family who continues her legacy. While we can never fully repay leaders like Ursula Kennedy, dedicating this post office ensures her legacy lives on in the community she helped build. I thank the Kennedy family for working with me on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3350, and may Ursula Kennedy's life continue to inspire us all. Thank you, and I yield back.
From Wisconsin.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support me in passing H.R. 3350 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I encourage my colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Ursula Ellen Kennedy, an author, mother, and dedicated leader in public servants. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3350? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the ayes, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Hold tight. Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7757, as amended.
The clerk will report the bill. Will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7757, a bill to protect children and teens online, empower parents, and strengthen families, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 7757.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7757, the Kids Internet and Digital Safety Act, or the KIDS Act. This legislation is the most comprehensive, impactful children's online safety package Congress has considered. I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone for his partnership and leadership on this issue. Protecting children should not be a partisan issue, and I appreciate his commitment and us working together to find common ground to address the very real challenges facing families today. Before I continue, I want to recognize 2 parents who are with us in the gallery today. Deb Schmel, mother of Becca, and Maureen Millark, mother of David. They have experienced every parent's worst nightmare, losing a child because of online harms. Thank you for your courage in sharing your stories and for turning unimaginable loss into tireless advocacy to help protect other children and families. Your presence here today reminds us of what is at stake, and your voices have helped shape this legislation. A key part of our approach was negotiating a package of impactful provisions. We worked hard to reach a workable compromise. The KIDS Act incorporates 13 bipartisan member priorities from across the House to empower parents, protect children and teens' privacy, and hold big tech and online forums accountable. The bill protects platforms. The bill requires platforms to protect kids by default, including limiting addictive and dangerous design features and risky messaging functions. It gives parents stronger tools to monitor and manage their children's online experiences, establishes safeguards for AI chatbots, creates new protections in online gaming environments, and requires age verification for pornography websites to ensure kids cannot access explicit content. The legislation also modernizes children's privacy protections by requiring parental consent before collecting information from children under 14 and extending important new privacy protections to teenagers under 18. At its core, this legislation sends a simple message. Children deserve safer online experience. Parents deserve a greater voice in their children's digital lives, and technology companies must be held accountable when they fail to protect young users. While no single bill will solve every challenge facing families online, this legislation represents a significant and long overdue step forward in establishing meaningful safeguards. It is an important milestone, not a finish line, in the effort to better protect children online and bad actors and hold them accountable. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair reminds members not to refer to persons in the gallery. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So moved.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the KIDS Act, which is, as my chairman has mentioned, bipartisan legislation to protect kids online and rein in big tech. And I do want to thank our Chairman Guthrie for all his work on this. The internet, social media, and now artificial intelligence have profoundly changed how kids and teens connect with families and friends, how they learn about what's happening around them, and how they participate in an ever-changing online world. And while there have been positive advancements, our kids are also suffering from big tech's chokehold on their attention and the relentless pursuit to keep them connected to their platforms. Big tech is using reckless practices to surveil our kids and teens, exploit vulnerabilities to turn a profit, and promote engagement regardless of the consequences. And for too long, Big tech has had a free pass while kids and teens face real harm online, including predatory design features, dangerous AI chatbots, and data brokers profiting off their personal information. And we simply cannot allow this to continue. It's long past time for Congress to step in and pass legislation that protects our kids and teens and reins in big tech. Now, the Bipartisan Kids Act does just that. It's a comprehensive bill that addresses a problem everyone in Congress cares deeply about, and that's keeping kids and teens safe online. The KIDS Act mandates safeguards, parental tools, and policy across video games, social media platforms, including social gaming platforms like Roblox and chatbots. Platforms are required to limit addictive design features, restrict sharing minors' geolocation data, turn off personalized recommendation systems that drive user engagement, and a lot more. And the KIDS Act also changes the business incentives driving big tech's desire to keep kids on their platforms by protecting minors' data and expanding these critical privacy protections from the current age of 12 to teens up to the age of 17. The bill also bans targeted advertising to kids and teens and ensures that websites can only collect and retain limited kids' data that is necessary to provide a product or service. It also requires data brokers that sell minors' data to register with the Federal Trade Commission and pay an annual fee, bringing transparency to a secretive process and a crucial first step towards ending the practice of data brokers selling kids' data. And, Mr. Speaker, I can't express enough gratitude to all of the parents who have shared their stories and fought for Congress to come together and take action to save other parents from ever experiencing what they went through. I know there are parents who would like Congress to go even further than the KIDS Act, and I want to be clear. The KIDS Act is a floor, not a ceiling. The preemption language in the KIDS Act is written with the explicit intent of ensuring that states have the authority to pass and enforce stronger state laws, including those with a duty of care. It's also intended to ensure that ongoing lawsuits against social media companies, chatbots providers, and social gaming companies brought by state attorneys general and attorneys on behalf of parents and kids can continue, including those based on a duty of care and consumer protection laws. So I'm proud to lead this legislation alongside Chairman Guthrie. For many months now, the Energy and Commerce Committee has been working on legislative solutions to protect our kids and teens online, and this comprehensive bipartisan bill is the result of those ongoing negotiations. This is an example of how the Energy and Commerce Committee works its best. I'm also grateful for the tireless work of Representative Castor, a senior committee member who has been a steadfast champion of the strongest possible protection for kids online. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the KIDS Act to make the internet a safer place for our kids and teens, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 4 minutes to the author of this legislation who's worked tirelessly on this legislation, who's the chairman of the subcommittee was responsible for this piece of legislation, my good friend from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in strong support of H.R. 7757, the Kids Internet and Digital Safety Act, or the KIDS Act. This package will finally give parents real tools to protect their kids online. A key provision in the KIDS Act is my Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA. I've been working on COSA, Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, and I'm proud to see it finally reach the House floor. The need for action has never been clearer. Nearly half of American teenagers say they are online almost constantly. About half spend 4 or more hours a day on screens for leisure, and 95% have a smartphone in their pocket, placing them in a digital environment that too often prioritizes engagement and profit over safety. Big tech platforms are not neutral. Their algorithms are designed to maximize attention, not protect kids. Kids are pushed toward harmful content, Mr. Speaker, harmful content, targeted by predatory actors and funneled into design features built to keep them scrolling longer. Families across the country have paid the price, Mr. Speaker, from exploitation and harassment to content content that fuels anxiety, depression, eating disorders, and self-harm, unfortunately. That's why this bill and COSA in particular are so very important. It establishes clear targeted obligations for large online platforms to take steps to prevent and mitigate specific harms to minors. It focuses on addressing documented risks such as sexual exploitation, drug and alcohol abuse, eating disorders, and self-harm content that can be amplified through algorithmic recommendation systems and engagement-driven design. COSA requires platforms to put in place concrete safeguards, limiting harmful design features, improving transparency around how systems impact children, and giving parents strong tools to understand and manage their children's online experiences. It also ensures big tech is held accountable for their decisions through FTC enforcement and state attorneys general. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the chairman of the full committee and the staff, the excellent staff. We never gave up. We persevered, and we have a good product thanks to them. And I want to thank the ranking member as well, Pallone and Ms. Castor, for working with me on this piece of legislation. Again, the chairman gives me credit, but he is responsible as well. But again, the goal is to protect the kids, and I appreciate all the input from the parents over the years. So let's get this across the finish line and protect our children. And I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7757, the Bipartisan Kids Internet and Digital Safety Act, or the KIDS Act. As a member of Gen X, who is a mom to a Gen Z teen and a Gen Alpha tween, I struggle every day to find the balance between giving our kids the freedom they need to develop and grow and keeping them safe. And I see every day that the digital world kids face today is unlike anything previous generations have faced before. Every day, innovators launch new technologies, applications, and online platforms that create incredible opportunities for learning, creativity, and connection. But those same innovations also create new opportunities for those who would do our kids harm. New risks from invasive data collection to cyberbullying to online exploitation and harmful content. And it is much harder for parents or other trusted adults today to protect kids from these harms that they often don't see in an ecosystem they often don't understand. It's past time for Congress to act before more children are put at risk. We're probably 20 years too late. We can't wait anymore. The KIDS Act closes critical gaps in federal law by strengthening privacy protections for children and teens, banning targeted advertising to minors, limiting unnecessary data collection, giving parents and teens greater control over personal information, and increasing transparency for data brokers, and requiring online platforms to implement stronger default safety tools that reduce
harmful interactions. And notably, it preserves every state's ability to go even further. And while this package does not include everything that we'd like to see, we cannot let the perfect become the enemy of the good. And this bill is a critical first step. Our children deserve to enjoy the benefits of technology without sacrificing their privacy, their safety, or their mental health. And I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone and Chairman Guthrie for bringing Democrats and Republicans on the committee together to produce this significant bipartisan legislation at a time when most people believe bipartisanship is dead. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Iowa, who is a fantastic member of our committee. He's worked hard on these issues on protecting children. So I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlelady from Iowa is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Guthrie, who has done a fabulous job of shepherding this through Energy and Commerce in a bipartisan manner. Protecting children and teens online is one of the most urgent responsibilities we face as policymakers. As digital platforms become central to how young people learn, communicate, innovate, and navigate the world, we must ensure that these spaces are safe, transparent, and designed with their well-being as the driving priority. My bill, the Spy Kids Act, included in Title II of the Kids Act, takes an important step toward that goal by prohibiting online platforms from conducting market research or product-focused research on children under 13, and by requiring verifiable parental consent before such research can be conducted on teenagers. The bill applies to user-generated content platforms that use engagement-driven design features and personal data to tailor ads or recommendations, such as social media companies and social gaming platforms. This legislation matters because the online environment our kids encounter today is fundamentally different from anything previous generations experienced. Platforms are engineered to capture attention, collect sensitive information, shape behavior, force content, and it's in ways that young users may not recognize or be able to navigate safely. Children and teens should not be profiled, studied, or targeted for commercial advantage, especially without parental oversight. By limiting how platforms can analyze and monetize minors' data, the Spy Kids Act helps reduce the risk of manipulative marketing practices, strengthens privacy protections, and reinforces the principle that the well-being of America's youth must come before the business models of technology companies. Our goal is simple: to build an online ecosystem where children can grow, learn, innovate, and connect without being exploited in the process. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and with that, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 3 minutes to another member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the ranking member for yielding and for his strong leadership on this vitally important issue. When I joined the Energy and Commerce Committee 6 years ago, I committed to doing everything in my power to make the internet a safer place for my children, my 2 young daughters specifically. In the years since, I've sat in hearing after hearing where we've talked about doing something to deliver on that promise. I've met with parents who have lived every family's worst nightmare, parents whose children harmed themselves and even ended their lives because executives in Silicon Valley cared more about their stock price than the safety of our children. I looked those parents in the eye. I cried with them as they told their story. And then I went home to have hard conversations with my 2 girls about how the apps they use, Instagram, TikTok, and others, are engineered to make them doubt their image and question their worth. For years, this crisis has gone unanswered, decades at this point. Our children have been left to navigate one of the most powerful and manipulative technologies ever built, and they've been left to do it alone. Well, this bill ends that. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, the Kids Act doesn't solve every problem, but it makes one heck of a dent. It finally gives kids and teens overdue privacy protections. It forces platforms to turn on safeguards by default instead of burying them where no parent can find them. It puts tools in the hands of moms and dads, and it makes companies answer for the worst harms that they allow on their platforms. Is it everything I want? No. I've heard from parents and advocates who believe we should go further, and they're right that this fight isn't over. We can and must continue to build upon this progress, but I refuse to tell families to wait for a better political moment or for a perfect bill that may never come when meaningful protections are in front of us right now. And critically, these are protections built to last, not ones written to be struck down in court on the day they take effect. So I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone for his commitment to these negotiations, and I want to acknowledge the work of leaders on the committee on this issue, including Congresswoman Kathy Castor and Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. Today we passed the KIDS Act. Tomorrow we keep fighting for safer digital spaces for every child, especially with the rise of artificial intelligence. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to yield 3 minutes to a great committee member from Florida, who not only is just a great committee member on our committee, but is also one of the judicial minds on our committee who has a great legal scholar. And so it takes great pride that I will yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7757, the Kids Internet and Digital Safety Act, or the KIDS Act. Children today are growing up in a digital world that looks dramatically different than it did just a generation ago. While technology has created tremendous opportunities to learn and to connect, it has also exposed young people to online predators, sexual exploitation, privacy violations, and increasingly sophisticated threats driven by artificial intelligence. Parents are doing everything they can to protect their children online, but should not have to navigate these challenges alone. This legislation includes 2 bipartisan bills that I have been honored to lead. The first is the Promoting a Safer Internet for Minors Act. I want to thank my co-lead and fellow Floridian, Darren Soto, for his support and partnership on this legislation. This bill recognizes that education is one of the strongest tools we have to protect children before they become victims. It directs the Federal Trade Commission to establish a nationwide public awareness campaign that equips parents, educators, and communities with practical, up-to-date guidance on helping children navigate the internet safely and responsibly. The second is COPPA 2.0, which I am proud to lead along with Congressman Tim Walberg. When Congress enacted the Online Children's Privacy Protection Act nearly 3 decades ago, social media did not exist, and online platforms were not collecting massive amounts of personal information to build user profiles and deliver targeted advertising. This bill brings our privacy laws into the modern era by extending important protections to teenagers, limiting unnecessary data collection, prohibiting targeted advertising to children and to teens, creating clear expectations for tech platforms, and giving families greater control about their personal information. Together, these provisions reflect a simple principle. Protecting children online requires both empowering families with the information they need and ensuring that online platforms handle children's personal information responsibly. Technology will continue to evolve, and our laws must evolve with it. I am grateful to Chairman Guthrie, Subcommittee Chairman Bilirakis, and my colleagues on the committee for their partnership in advancing this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the KIDS Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 3 minutes now to another member of our committee, Dr. Schreier from Washington State.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a mom and a pediatrician and a member of Congress, I rise today to support the advancement of the KIDS Act to take some serious steps to protect our kids and their data online and hold big tech accountable. The KIDS Act includes my bill, the Kids Online Safety Act, which will ensure that social media companies provide protections and guardrails for kids online and are held accountable for the many harms they are causing to our kids, from sleeplessness to eating disorders to self-harm and even harm from others. Social media companies have gone largely unregulated for decades, all while they have become an omnipresent and bigger part of everyday life, including for kids. In my 20 years as a pediatrician, I have seen the rise of mental and behavioral health concerns for kids and teens coincide directly with the rise of screen time and social media. It is long past time to hold big tech and social media accountable. This package includes many useful tools for parents to keep their kids safe online, but parents can't do it alone. This package isn't perfect, and I want to see even more come out of negotiations with the Senate. That's why I'm continuing to call for a duty of care and language that goes further to hold social media companies accountable for the many harms that their platforms are causing, including serious mental health issues like anxiety, depression, addiction, eating disorders, and suicidality. But this package represents the first time in decades that we've had a chance in the House to take a step forward, to finally passing comprehensive legislation to protect our kids. And I strongly urge my colleagues to support it today so we can make it even stronger. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend from the state of Illinois who has worked really hard to have an important part of this package. And I will yield 5 minutes to my good friend, Ms. Miller from Illinois.
The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Guthrie, for your important leadership. The statistics are alarming. The average age of a child's first exposure to pornography is just 12 years old, and nearly 80% of America's children between 12 and 17 have already been exposed to it. Not only has the sexual content become intentionally easier to access, but it has also become increasingly violent and abusive, normalizing sexual assault, physical violence, and non-consensual acts for young, impressionable minds. The consequences are devastating. Research has linked early exposure to pornography with anxiety, addiction, depression, low self-esteem, body image disorders, and an increased likelihood that minors will engage in risky and harmful sexual behavior. States across America have recognized this crisis. More than a dozen have declared children's exposure to pornography a public health crisis, and more than 24 states have enacted age verification requirements for adult websites. Last year, the Supreme Court upheld Texas' age verification law. The court ruled that the burden placed on adults to verify one's age is incidental when the intent is to protect the innocence of the children. For that reason, I am grateful that Chairman Guthrie included SCREEN Act in this legislative package. Senator Mike Lee and I drafted this legislation to establish age verification requirements for adult websites, creating a minimum requirement that every state must meet while allowing flexibility to enact stronger protections for children. I am a strong supporter of the First Amendment, but constitutional law has long recognized that its protections do not extend to obscenity. Our laws already require age verification to purchase alcohol, tobacco, firearms, or to enter a casino. We recognize that some products and activities are simply inappropriate for children. Pornography should be no different. The SCREEN Act is one of the most consequential bills to protect children in the digital age. Today, we have an opportunity to make the internet safer for the next generation, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you again to Chairman Guthrie for including my bill in this package, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 4 minutes to another member of our committee who also happens to be the ranking member of our Energy Subcommittee and has been very much involved with this issue and the Kids Act from the very beginning, and that is Ms. Castor of Florida. 4 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the ranking member for yielding the time. Members, this is a very important step forward to protect our kids online. I really arrived here more as a parent than a member of Congress, watching 2 daughters grow up at a time when the internet and social media was evolving, and just understood from a very personal level what was happening. And then being here in Congress, listening to parents whose children had suffered online harms, whether that was suicide, cyberbullying. The evidence really is overwhelming now about the online risk and the physical and mental harm suffered by kids. Over 40% of kids under 12 are exposed to inappropriate material within their first month on social media. Cyberbullying, violent and graphic content, excessive screen time is linked to significantly higher rates of anxiety and depression among teens, with those spending 4 or more hours online daily, more than twice as likely to when you spend that much time, you're more than twice as likely to report symptoms of both. My colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee and I have spent a number of Congresses, working with advocacy groups and parents about the best way to combat the harms experienced by young people online. The underlying record is replete with evidence from psychologists, pediatricians, and teachers about the impact that big tech has on our kids. I've submitted their stories, reports, and research for the record as we update the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, a law that is outdated, that now will cover teens and provide much greater safety and privacy for young people. I'd like to incorporate all of these stories and everything in the record by reference here today. This includes the testimonies, coalition letters, and advisory from the Surgeon General, all showing that compulsive social media use is harmful to the health of our kids. As digital threats evolve, so must our laws. The Bipartisan Kids Act before us today responds to these realities with strong common sense safeguards. This has been a long time coming, and I really want to thank Chairman Guthrie for bringing it in for a landing. My good friend, Chairman Gus Bilirakis, and I have worked on COSA. My ally on privacy, Representative Wahlberg, and now Representative Lee, who came on this Congress. Ranking Member Pallone, also Rep. Trahan, the professional staff who really listened to the parents. I know it's not the be-all, end-all, and they have my commitment to keep pressing for the strongest privacy protections and design code protections. I hope the Senate adopts a very strong bill. It's there, the ball is going to be in their court now after the House passes the Kids Act today, but this is an important step for kids and parents and families in America. How do we keep up with the technological innovations? How do we keep up with what big tech wants to do to monetize children's time online? They deserve the protections here today. They deserve this strong step forward, and I again thank my colleagues and urge a strong yes vote and yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve and have no further speakers, so prepare to close.
Is the gentleman from New Jersey prepared to close?
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, let me say, first of all, I just want everyone to understand that this Kids Act mandates safeguards, parental tools, and policies to keep kids safe across the internet, from social media to video games to chatbots. Secondly, the bill adds data minimization language, and this is so important, to minimize the amount of data that can be collected. And this is to prevent excessive data collection for kids and teens, provides rights to delete, access, and correct data to teens and parents of children, and bans targeted advertising to kids and teens. And this bill reflects months of bipartisan negotiation between myself, and Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman Guthrie, Mr. Bilirakis, Ms. Castor, to arrive at a package of bills that will provide meaningful baseline protections for kids online without stopping further progress in the states. We do not preempt the states from taking further action. And I strongly believe this bill provides a path to passage here in the House and also in the Senate. And I would ask members on a bipartisan basis to support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the ranking member for those data protections. That's been very important and big part of the negotiations and being the great advocate for that. And I really appreciate it. I mentioned Ms. Smell and Ms. Millard when we first started. I should mention the staff and the hard work that countless hours meeting with different groups and members meeting with different groups and working hard on this as well, but the staff has as well. And when I first took the chairmanship very early in our chairmanship, my colleagues asked me to chair this committee, we sat down with a group of people and say, what are our priorities? And number one was this bill. Number one was this effort. Number one was this issue. And people talk a lot of times so many young staffers we have on Capitol Hill. Well, they are, and they're also young parents. And I've seen from both sides of the aisle, so a couple of our staff members have different opinions on other issues, but sit down and put that all aside when it comes to their children, America's children. And so I really appreciate the hard work. And I really encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill tonight. I really encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill tonight, because when we vote for this bill tonight, the House will put its imprint, and we have worked with the Senate, but the House will put its imprint to make sure that children are protected, parents are empowered, and big tech is held accountable. I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7757 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman
Speaker,
from
I request
Kentucky...
the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Kentucky requests the yeas and nays. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7257.
The clerk will report. Does the gentleman intend to call the bill up as amended?
Yes, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 561, H.R. 7257, a bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to require states to include supporting the physical security, cybersecurity, and resilience of local distribution systems in state energy security plans.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and insert extraneous material on H.R. 7257.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7257, the Secure Grid Act, sponsored by my colleague in Energy Subcommittee, Chairman from Ohio's 5th Congressional District, Mr. Latta. State energy security plans are an important tool for states to consider the vulnerabilities in their energy systems. The interconnected nature of our energy system requires constant information sharing and cohesive planning to assess, identify, and address potential threats. During this historic period of exponential demand growth caused by next-generation industries, we need to be even more vigilant against adversaries that seek to undermine U.S. competitiveness. The Secure Grid Act is a timely bill that will enhance a state's ability to manage the security of their energy systems. H.R. 7257 will improve visibility into an evolving threat landscape while ensuring that experts in the energy field can help provide critical insights into complex engineering operations. As technology improvements have the potential to positively transform our economy, these tools can also be used and exploited by bad actors. This bill will ensure the states remain on the cutting edge of innovation and security. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7257, the Secure Grid Act, is a bipartisan bill that renews and enhances the state's ability to consider cyber and physical security protections to their energy systems and promotes collaboration between partners as they develop state energy security plans. These state plans are a part of DOE's State Energy Program, which provides financial and technical assistance to help states with energy planning. It was reauthorized and updated in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law in 2021, and as part of that reauthorization, plans must now include energy emergency planning to secure the United States against physical and cyber threats. The state energy security plans are an important tool that ensures states are prepared for the worst. The planning process brings together stakeholders and enables a level of coordination across federal and state actors. And this bill helps enhance the parts of those plans that guard against physical and cyber threats by ensuring that they encompass more of our energy system, local power lines, as well as facilities critical to ensuring the supply chain of energy infrastructure-related components. Finally, the bill also bolsters the state's ability to obtain assistance from the Department of Energy, something I hope they will take advantage of as they regularly update their energy security plans. This bill also ensures that the Government Accountability Office will review how DOE and the states execute these programs to ensure that Congress has the best information possible the next time the provision needs to be renewed. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 5 minutes to the author of this legislation and chairman of the Energy Subcommittee, my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Latta.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Kentucky, the chair of the full committee, for recognizing me today. I rise in support of H.R. 7257, the Secure Grid Act, which I sponsored with the gentlelady from California's 7th Congressional District. State Energy Security Plans, or SEPs, provide states with an opportunity to identify threats and vulnerabilities in their respective energy networks. This collaborative process ensures that states can stay on the cutting edge of an evolving threat landscape. While the initial exercise of SEPs have meaningfully assisted states managing their energy systems, there is room for improvement to enhance visibility and threat detection and holistically consider disparate vulnerabilities across the sector. The Secure Grid Act achieves this goal by ensuring states incorporate security and resilience of distribution networks. Distribution networks bring wholesale power directly to homes and businesses to keep the lights on, and they also keep the lights on our businesses so they can be up and running. Any threat to the distribution system is a threat to our communities. Importantly, the legislation also brings industry experts to the table during the development of SEPs to ensure state governments are equipped with the resources and operational understanding of the complex infrastructure. In addition, the bill affirms the important leadership role of state governments to protect their energy systems while fostering collaborative partnerships with federal counterparts. Given the state's authority and understandings of their own unique energy needs, it is imperative that they are empowered to develop their own plans while working collaboratively with federal partners. This legislation comes at a timely moment in our nation's history. Throughout the 119th Congress, the Energy Subcommittee of the House Energy and Commerce Committee has held several hearings with experts and administration officials to examine the state of our nation's energy systems. Each day, it becomes ever more apparent that our reliance on energy is growing because of AI advancements, reshoring of manufacturing facilities, and general economy-wide electrifications. Families across the country can be burdened by high energy costs, and we know that there is nothing more expensive than a blackout. We also know that adversarial nations and nefarious actors are actively seeking out any vulnerability in our interconnected energy infrastructure to sow chaos and cause harm to everyday Americans.
To combat these efforts, the legislation requires proactive information sharing, constant vigilance, and clear visibility into the widening threat landscape. The Secure Grid Act ensures that state energy offices and their respective governors are able to put processes in place to detect, mitigate, and respond to potential attacks targeting critical infrastructure. The everyday lives of families and businesses are wholly reliant on a secure, reliable, and affordable energy system. Mr. Speaker, for the reasons stated, it's important that the House pass H.R. 7257, the Secure Grid Act. And again, I thank the gentlelady from California's 7th District for her help in this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speaker. All right.
The gentleman from New Jersey is prepared to close?
Yes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I just want to say briefly that I think this is an important bill. I would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree. This is a very important bill. We have interconnected grid. We have to make sure that all states are ensuring that it's secure. I appreciate my friend from Ohio for bringing this before his subcommittee and the full committee, and I appreciate his efforts. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on 7257, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass that bill, H.R. 7257, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7258.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 562, H.R. 7258, a bill to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act with respect to functions assigned to assistant secretaries and for other purposes.
The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation to exert extraneous materials on H.R. 7258.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7258, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, sponsored by my colleague, Ms. Lee of Florida. The bill was considered and reported favorably by the committee on a unanimous bipartisan vote because it will strengthen the Department of Energy's important energy emergency mission. The bill requires that the well-established energy emergency and cybersecurity functions at DOE are organized under the leadership of an assistant secretary, which is important to maintaining a high level of leadership in DOE's emergency response and cybersecurity functions. The Energy Emergency Leadership Act will ensure the department has the focused and accountable leadership to more fully protect the public from all the hazards to the energy system, natural or man-made, including emerging threats from our foreign adversaries to the nation's electric grid. A vote for H.R. 7258 is a vote for ensuring strong leadership during energy emergencies for the benefit and safety and welfare for stronger cybersecurity protections in our electricity systems. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's becoming increasingly obvious that our energy system faces numerous threats, whether it's from skyrocketing demand, climate change, or cyber attacks. And it is undeniable that our systems need support to continue delivering reliable and affordable power for Americans. H.R. 7258, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act by Representative Lee of Florida and Representative Landsman is an important bill. It amends the Department of Energy Organization Act. This bill elevates emergency response and cybersecurity responsibilities to the level of Assistant Secretary at DOE. It effectively ensures that the Director of DoD's Office of Cybersecurity, Energy Security, and Emergency Response, or CSER, goes through Senate confirmation. As the grid becomes increasingly complex and faces a host of new challenges, it is critical that ensuring the security of the grid is managed by top officials. DOE already plays an important role in ensuring rapid response to an energy emergency. The subject matter and sector expertise concentrated at DOE is vital for ensuring that threats to the grid are handled quickly and appropriately. H.R. 7258 clarifies in statute the emergency response responsibilities that are assigned to an assistant secretary. This ensures that there will be a consistent and effective leader and coordinator at DOE. Finally, I also want to note that while this bill is focused on the leadership of DOE offices, the reality is the department's ability to respond to threats depends on its capable career staff. The Trump administration has devastated the Department of Energy's professional staff across the board, and I don't want that to be lost in this discussion about how to enhance its response capabilities. Nevertheless, I encourage everyone to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 4 minutes to my good friend from Florida, the author of this legislation, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7258, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act. I want to thank Chairman Guthrie, Ranking Member Castor, for their leadership in moving this bill through committee, and also my colleague, Mr. Landsman from Ohio, for co-leading this bill with me. This legislation passed out of the Subcommittee on Energy unanimously because both Republicans and Democrats on the committee recognized how critical it is to have accountable leadership protecting our electric grid. Today, the United States is experiencing record energy demand, driven by artificial intelligence, data centers, renewed domestic manufacturing, and the widespread electrification across our economy. Meeting that demand safely requires not only robust and reliable generation, but also a secure and resilient grid to deliver it. At the same time, the threats to that grid have never been more serious. State-sponsored actors like Volt Typhoon are actively targeting American critical infrastructure. Physical attacks on grid infrastructure are also on the rise. And for those of us from Florida, energy emergencies are not theoretical, they are a constant reality. After major hurricanes, a large number of Floridians lose power, and rapid federal coordination becomes a serious matter of public safety. H.R. 7258 addresses this directly. It ensures that the Department of Energy's emergency and cybersecurity responsibilities are led by a Senate-confirmed Assistant Secretary, a clear, accountable leader whose role is codified in statute, not left to chance. This is a practical bipartisan solution that will help our federal response and our agencies keep pace with the reality of today's threats. This bill ensures that when an energy emergency strikes, a designated federal official can cut through bureaucratic barriers, coordinate a clear response, and help keep the lights on for American families. Chairman Guthrie, Ranking Member Castor, all of my colleagues, I appreciate our cooperation and our work together on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7258, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I thank the gentlelady for working together. Both my friends from Florida, most friends from Tampa area. I really appreciate working together, and this is important. It's important to have the right leadership in the right place to make sure we protect ourselves at this vulnerable time. And I will encourage my colleagues to vote for H.R. 7258. Vote yes, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7258? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7266 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7266, a bill to amend the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to reauthorize the Rural and Municipal Utility Advanced Cybersecurity Grant and Technical Assistance Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to exert extraneous materials on H.R. 7266.
Without objection,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 7266, the Rural and Municipal Utility Cybersecurity Act, sponsored by Representative Marionette Miller Meeks from Iowa's 1st Congressional District. Throughout the 119th Congress, the Energy and Commerce Committee has held several hearings examining the state of our nation's energy system and the persistent threats facing critical infrastructure. We heard directly from industry experts and administration officials about the ability of adversarial nations to exploit vulnerabilities in our energy infrastructure. We know that rising energy demands and a growing reliance on intricate networks of energy delivery systems could widen attack surfaces and opportunities to cause harm and sow chaos in the daily lives of hardworking Americans. These threats are uniquely concerning for rural communities and small utility operators that do not have the same resources as their investor-owned counterparts. These rural cooperatives and municipal utilities are economic drivers for small towns and remote areas of our country, and they ensure that our small towns and remote areas can participate in the 21st century economy. The H.R. 7266 reauthorizes the Rural and Municipal Utility Advanced Cybersecurity Grant and Technical Assistance Program for 5 years to equip small utilities with the resources necessary to secure their systems and keep the lights on for their communities. Importantly, the RMUC Act streamlines burdensome grant and application practices at the Department of Energy to reduce unnecessary regulatory bureaucracy. By simplifying the funding process, we can get dollars from the agency into the hands of cybersecurity professionals in a way that meets the urgency needed to address our system needs. In addition, this program will leverage the expertise of the Department of Energy by providing targeted technical assistance to cybersecurity operators to enhance threat visibility and implement security protections. Urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. H.R. 7266, the Rural and Municipal Utility Cybersecurity Act, sponsored by Rep. McClellan of Virginia, Rep. Miller Meeks from Iowa, is a critical, it reauthorizes a critical program from the bipartisan infrastructure law. This initiative is designed to aid municipal utilities, rural electric cooperatives, and small investor-owned utilities. And the reason this is important is that the cyber threats to our nation's power grid are growing every day, from sophisticated cyber attacks from nation-state actors to AI-enhanced cyber attacks from single criminals. The offensive capabilities of people who would attack our power grid are growing. The only solution is an investment in a robust defense of the grid. While larger utilities may have more resources to invest in cybersecurity, the smaller utilities and nonprofit cooperatives and municipal utilities may not have the resources to spend on sophisticated cyber defenses. The Rural and Municipal Utility Cybersecurity Program steps in to fill the gap, ensuring that those smaller entities get the assistance and the guidance that they need from the Department of Energy. In addition to reauthorizing this important initiative, the bill makes it easier for smaller utilities to access DOE's technical assistance programs, a tweak that should result in more eligible utilities gaining access to DOE's knowledge and resources. I thank Representative McClellan for her work as the co-lead of this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on it. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, who has been a leader in this issue, and she stands before us to protect rural and small town America, and that's exactly what her legislation does. And I will yield 3 minutes to Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Guthrie. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7266, the Rural and Municipal Utility Cybersecurity Act, a bipartisan bill I'm proud to lead with Congresswoman McClellan to help reauthorize and strengthen a critical program that helps rural and municipal electric utilities defend against growing cybersecurity threats to our nation's energy grid. Just this spring, national security experts warned that hostile nation states are shifting from isolated cyber incidents to sustained campaigns against U.S. critical infrastructure, including the energy sector. Yet many small and rural utilities lack the capacity and expertise to act on this information. Our MUC is designed to close that gap. In Iowa's 1st District, rural electric cooperatives serve ratepayers across 20 counties and face the same threats as major urban systems, but with fewer resources. By reauthorizing the Rural and Municipal Utility Advanced Cybersecurity Grant and Technical Assistance Program at DOE, and authorizing $250 million over 5 years to deploy advanced cybersecurity technologies and support participation in information sharing systems, this bill ensures rural electric cooperatives, public power, and other small utilities have access to advanced cybersecurity tools, technical assistance, and grant funding to protect, detect, respond to, and recover from cyber threats. At a time when cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure are escalating, small and rural utilities need the resources to defend against nation-state actors and sophisticated threats. This bill provides that support. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this time I yield to Ms. McClellan of Virginia as much time as she may consume, and I thank her for her leadership on behalf of rural and smaller municipal utilities and communities across the country.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Representative Castor. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Rural and Municipal Utility Cybersecurity Act, which I'm proud to co-lead with Representative Miller Meeks of Iowa. This bill represents the sort of bipartisan work that is important for the security and stability of the American grid and the safety of the American people. This bill reauthorizes the vital RMUC program, which helps rural and small municipalities to protect themselves against ever-multiplying and more sophisticated cybersecurity threats that could prove severely disruptive to small and rural communities alike, just like the ones that I represent in Virginia's 4th Congressional District. Far too often, these communities lack the resources and the support necessary to defend against malign actors targeting important infrastructure and services, and AI has made it easier for such malign actors to do so. For example, in rural Prince George County, Virginia, in my district, just a couple of weeks ago, fell victim to a cyber incident that impacted the county's payment services. And fortunately, the attack didn't impact other more consequential services, but it serves as an example of why we must take proactive steps to ensure the security of our grid, especially in small and rural communities that are especially vulnerable. Our bill fills those gaps by ensuring that these communities can face the challenges of our increasingly digital world and, in turn, bolster cybersecurity defenses for the entire nation's grid. I'm glad to work with my colleague from Iowa to advance this important bill, and I urge my colleagues to support our legislation and reauthorize this vital program. Thank you, and I yield back.
And we reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The
I
gentleman
reserve
from
and am prepared to
Kentucky.
close.
Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I appreciate my good friend from Virginia and Iowa working together on this bill. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7266, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7266 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7305 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 563, H.R. 7305, a bill to amend the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to reauthorize the Department of Energy's Energy Sector Operational Support for Cyber Resilience Program to provide operational support for energy sector cybersecurity and resilience.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7305.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7305, the Energy Threat Analysis Center Act, sponsored by my good friend from Florida, Ms. Castor, and Mr. Evans of Colorado. The bill was reported favorably by unanimous bipartisan vote by the Energy and Commerce Committee. The United States has one of the most complex energy systems in the world, and those systems are essential for the health and welfare of the public, our economy, and our security. Our adversaries know this, and they work persistently to identify and exploit vulnerabilities in our critical energy infrastructure, creating a looming threat for few Americans may appreciate. We must take action to improve our ability to identify, analyze, and share information about these threats to safeguard our systems and mitigate risks and impacts. The Energy Threat Analysis Center, or ETAC, was established at DOE as a DOE pilot program just a few years ago. The program convenes energy sector stakeholders and federal government experts to more effectively identify and address the threats to our critical infrastructure, especially those posed by our nation-state adversaries. Identifying the mitigating threats will become even more urgent as technology advances. The ETAC enables grid operators to see threats our intelligence community and federal experts to better understand system vulnerabilities, improving threat identification. H.R. 7305 reauthorizes ETAC for 5 years and clarifies authorities to enhance collaboration between grid operators, utilities, and the government, including intelligence community. This is a critical operational program to strengthen the collective defense, response, and resilience of our energy sector. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. And I want to thank the Chairman Guthrie and colleagues on both sides of the aisle for moving forward H.R. 7305, the Energy Threat Analysis Center Act of 2026. I rise in support of my bipartisan bill with Representative Evans of Colorado. Madam Speaker, you know, across the country, our energy infrastructure is under attack from cyber security threats, and I think anyone who's tuned into this debate this afternoon understands it's very serious. Cyber attacks can cause significant disruption to the reliable flow of energy to American homes, businesses, and communities. So protecting our energy infrastructure against these attacks is critical to keeping the lights on
the air conditioning on where I'm from, and lowering energy costs for hardworking American families and businesses. You know, I know Chairman Guthrie agrees with me on this. The U.S. energy grid is remarkable. It is one of the largest, most interconnected systems in the world. It serves over 330 million people, includes over 7,300 power plants, and spans over 600,000 miles of high-voltage transmission lines. It underpins our economy. If it fails, it cascades into failures in multiple other sectors like healthcare, water, transportation, and communications. Unfortunately, our energy system and our grid is also very old. About half of U.S. oil and gas pipelines are over 50 years old, and most transmission lines are well over 25 years old. They were not designed with modern technology and security in mind. And these dangers are not hypothetical. In 2024, U.S. intelligence agencies reported that China had successfully infiltrated and pre-positioned on U.S. critical infrastructure, including our energy systems. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation estimates that the U.S. grid is gaining about 60 new vulnerable points per day as we use more digital devices, deploy new software, and expand distributed energy. 80% of U.S. energy infrastructure is owned by the private sector, so we need to make sure that they're working with the federal government and our intelligence community to confront the risks. Fortunately, we've taken action to address these challenges. In 2023, the Department of Energy launched the Energy Threat Analysis Center. We call it ETAC. ETAC brings together the classified intelligence community, with private energy sector operational professionals in real time. It produces sector-specific threat analysis and mitigation advisories. This is the type of common sense bipartisan cooperation that we should all celebrate. My bill today with Representative Evans strengthens the Department of Energy's ability under ETAC to use information exchanges and facilitate greater public-private collaboration. It helps secure our critical infrastructure, keeps us safe from threats, and lowers energy costs for our neighbors back home. I urge everyone to vote in favor of this bipartisan bill, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
I'm prepared to close. I reserve. I'm prepared to close. So I yield myself as the balance of my time. I just want to say thanks. Thanks for the hard work on this bill and your comments on our aging grid, our aging infrastructure. And I know the big work of this committee going forward from through this summer and through this fall is making sure we have the permit reform in place that we can have not only move the energy, like you talked about pipelines and generation, and also transmitting it to where it needs to go. So I look forward to those efforts and want to make that commitment on this floor. We know we're going to work together to get there. But on this particular piece of legislation, thanks for your hard work on the ETAC along with Congressman Evans. And I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7305, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7305 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 4 of Rule 1, the following enrolled bill was signed by the Speaker on Thursday, June 25th, 2026.
H.R. 6644, to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 7757 and H.R. 7128. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7757 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7757, a bill to protect children and teens online, empower parents, and strengthen families, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 267, the nays are 117, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7128 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7128, a bill to extend the terrorism risk insurance program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 373 and the nays are 15. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 3300, a measure originally introduced by Representative LaMalfa of California for purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Okay. The House will be in order. New Jersey. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Gentlemen, suspend. The House will be in order. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are here today to honor Congressman Frank J. Guarini, who passed away on Saturday, June 20th, at the age of 101. As a distinguished World War II veteran, Congressman Guarini's service to our country began at a young age. He continued that service in the New Jersey State Senate, passing groundbreaking environmental protection laws and bringing the giants to New Jersey. In Congress, he represented his beloved Jersey City, where he was born and raised. And in over 14 years in the House, he set a standard that we all aspire to today. Congressman Guarini built a remarkable record on trade, international affairs, education, housing, and environmental protection, all while never losing sight of his community and the people he fought for every day of his distinguished career. After retiring from the House and serving as U.S. Representative to the General Assembly of the United Nations, Congressman Guarini dedicated himself to the revitalization of Jersey City and to philanthropy, both missions in which he achieved great success and left a lasting impact. He leaves behind a legacy that will not be forgotten by the countless people whose lives he touched in his 8 decades of service. Now it is my honor to invite the House for a moment of silence for our colleague and friend, Congressman Frank Guarini.
I invite all members in the chamber to stand and observe a moment of silence.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order at any time to consider H-Con Res 108 in the House if called up by the Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read, and that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion except for 1 hour of debate, divided equally and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida and Representative Meeks of New York or their respective designees.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to order of the House of June 29, 2026, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 108 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 108, concurrent resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove United States Armed Forces from hostilities in Lebanon.
Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida and Representative Meeks of New York or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate all the people that are here to argue against this, piece of legislation, the House we're almost in order. We're not quite in order yet.
Yeah. The gentleman's correct. The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H-Con Res 108. While I voted against a previous iteration of this resolution, I believe this updated version has corrected the flaws of H-Con Res 84. The updated text is an important legislative assertion of Congress's constitutional authority over matters of war and peace that will not infringe upon America's national security interests in Lebanon while ensuring we stay out of another forever war that is not in our national interests. We consider this resolution in the wake of the recently announced trilateral framework between Lebanon, Israel, and the United States. And I welcome this agreement, which represents a critical step away from continued escalation and violence. However, what comes next is most critical. Ensuring a ceasefire is indeed observed by all, fully disarming Hezbollah, and preserving Lebanese sovereignty and territorial integrity. Since the start of Trump's illegal war of choice with Iran, civilians in both Lebanon and Israel have suffered the consequences of continued strikes by both Hezbollah and the Israeli military. Now, I strongly condemn violence against civilians in all forms and support efforts by both the Israeli and Lebanese governments to ensure the safety and security of their people. Every government has a right and a responsibility to protect its citizens, and Israel has a right to defend itself. However, this does not justify disproportionate airstrikes which have killed too many civilians, including medical workers and journalists, as well as destroyed civilian infrastructure throughout Lebanon. And as I continue to condemn Hezbollah's drone and rocket fire into Israel, I note with deep concern that the Israeli Defense Minister's public pronouncement to destroy all homes in the southern Lebanon border villages, and I quote, follow the Rafah and Hanun model in Gaza, where the Israeli military systematically destroyed thousands of Palestinian homes and civilian infrastructure. These are not words of self-defense. They are the language of collective punishment, and that must be condemned. As we look to efforts to de-escalate and move towards peace and stability for both Israelis and the Lebanese, I will state for the record that, to my knowledge, United States forces are not currently engaged in any active hostilities in Lebanon with the Israeli military. Nonetheless, this resolution ensures that does not change without congressional authorization. We must not enter another illegal, reckless, and counterproductive war in the Middle East. And while this resolution prohibits U.S. forces from engaging in hostilities in Lebanon, it makes clear it shall not prevent or in any way limit the important mission that the United States Armed Forces are engaged in with Lebanon. That is, the long-standing training and support of the Lebanese Armed Forces, also known as the LAF, which are critical to Lebanon's stability and that of the region. In my many meetings with both Lebanese and Israeli leaders over the years, I deeply understand and appreciate the importance of supporting building up Lebanon's armed forces, a goal which successive administrations, both Republican and Democrat, have furthered. Protecting that mission, which has enjoyed bipartisan support across administration, is precisely why this resolution is carefully drafted to preserve it. This resolution stands on the side of ending forever wars and ensuring U.S. forces are not drawn into hostilities in Lebanon. Any colleague who believes Congress must reassert its constitutional authority over matters of war and peace should stand with us today. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this resolution. However, I will say that I am very glad to hear the debate offered by my colleague, Ranking Member Meeks. He spoke about Hezbollah. We went through an entire debate several weeks ago where the opposition refused to mention that Hezbollah even existed. So I'm glad to hear Ranking Member Meeks bring that up. Hezbollah specifically targeting civilians with their every action. That's their MO. Israel specifically targeting terrorists. That's what's going on here. Now, as it relates to this piece of legislation, we've done this exercise before, and I'm glad to hear the ranking member acknowledge that the United States is not engaged in any hostilities with Lebanon, or rather in Lebanon against Hezbollah. The U.S. is not at war in Lebanon. The U.S. is not engaged in hostilities in Lebanon. There are not U.S. combat forces conducting operations or engaged in hostilities in Lebanon. They are training the Lebanese armed forces. Why are they training them? Because there's probably at least 40,000, probably more terrorists, Hezbollah terrorists, spread across the south of Lebanon that are actively engaged in targeting Israel and have been doing so for many years. And Israel is over there doing a good job working to wipe those terrorists out right now. But this resolution is impossible to implement. Even if it passed, could the author explain to me which forces would be removed? If we don't have combat forces there, what forces are you removing? That's a very common sense question. I don't think we'll get an answer to it, Mr. Speaker. I will say something else that I'm glad about in today's debate. The really stupid mistake that was made in the last attempt to do this was removed, where the author was seeking to remove the Marines from our embassies, from the gates, from the front doors. I'm glad that that was removed from this one, thankfully. But this resolution still is not any less ridiculous than the last one. Again, the U.S. is not at war in Lebanon. But since we're here, let's address something today that this resolution fails to mention, and what the author of this bill, I think, wants to avoid. Hezbollah is one of the world's most capable and dangerous terrorist organizations. They have killed hundreds of Americans, which makes it interesting to me that my colleague who opened the remarks saying that it's not in our national interest to address them. They've killed hundreds of Americans. That's a pretty damn big national interest to me as a U.S. service member, as an American, as somebody with teenagers that will hopefully put on a uniform in defense of this country at some point. I would say it's in our national interest. But again, they're one of the world's most capable, dangerous terrorist organizations, killed hundreds of Americans, attacked U.S. diplomatic and military personnel over and over and over again. And I'm not sure why my colleagues don't want to talk about that, and especially, again, the author of this bill last time failed to even mention the word Hezbollah, refused to mention the word Hezbollah, because this resolution is a win for terrorists. That's what it is. If you're trying to decide who should have control of Lebanon, who should it belong to? Should Lebanon belong to the Lebanese, or should Lebanon belong to the terrorists? This bill, this resolution is a win for Lebanon to belong to terrorists. So let's also be clear that Hezbollah is the one holdout that is standing in the way of peace between Israel and Lebanon. The Lebanese government wants the fighting to stop. Israel wants the fighting to stop. Who is it that wants the fighting to continue? That would be the one entity that is supported by this resolution, and that's Hezbollah. This is not about U.S. forces. As was acknowledged already by my colleague, the ranking member, there are no U.S. forces engaged in hostilities. And we all know that. Again, there are no forces fighting in Lebanon. This resolution, it's to undermine our national security. It's to embolden Hezbollah, which it absolutely does. Just its presence on the floor here, just its mere being brought up here emboldens Hezbollah and other terrorists, and all for the sake of political messaging. I urge my colleagues, vote against this bill. It's just as ridiculous, and well, it's not quite as ridiculous this time as it was the last time, given that it did finally remove that we wouldn't have to take our Marines out of the embassy, so it's not quite as ridiculous, but still significantly ridiculous, and I urge a no vote, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member for yielding me some time here. Our country was rightly shocked and horrified when over 150 schoolgirls were killed in the opening hours of our strikes on Iran. It will be remembered as one of our darkest hours. As I stand here, over 253 children have been killed in Lebanon. Are those lives no less a tragedy? Are we so callous as to believe that when we provide intelligence, provide coordination, and green strikes, that our responsibility for the results of that work ends there? We are not bystanders to the ongoing horror that is the war on Lebanon. We've seen this before. High-ranking members of the Israeli government are threatening mass extermination of Lebanese. They are broadcasting their intentions just as they did in Gaza. This Congress did nothing to stop the horror that befell Gaza. This Congress took bipartisan measures to let an ally commit genocide on the Palestinian people in Gaza, with our bombs, with our intelligence, and with our tax dollars. We cannot feign ignorance here again. This resolution offers a very clear moral choice. It offers those who failed to act in Gaza a chance to do something right now. I ask that we would all support this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yield myself as much time as I might use, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
As we look at the attacks that go on, where is it that all of these Hezbollah terrorists, where is it that they hide? Where is it that they choose to encamp themselves? In the middle of civilians on purpose. There's no desire at any point for any one civilian casualty in any circumstance. I've seen it play out on the battlefields that I was a part of, and it's regrettable is not a strong enough word, well beyond regrettable, any single time that anybody trying to live their life becomes a victim of a catastrophic attack because of what they're adjacent to, the terrorists that are surrounding their community. But that's exactly what Hezbollah does by design. Embed themselves into schools, embed themselves into places of worship, embed themselves into the bedrock of any community that they can go forcefully take over. That is the way that they operate with purpose and operate specifically to create civilian casualties everywhere. Civilian casualties around them, civilian casualties where they launch their attacks. That is their MO. Mr. Speaker, as I look at Hezbollah, I look at, again, what is our interest? We have labeled them, we have designated them a foreign terrorist organization. That has gone on since, I want to say, the mid-90s, that they were designated a foreign terrorist organization. More than 60 countries across the globe, including the EU, the Arab League, the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, have all designated Hezbollah part of a terrorist organization. They are a scourge. They are a direct arm of Iran, directly funded by Iran, receiving targets from Iran, being benefited, receiving benefits from Iran when they hit targets that Iran tells them to hit. And so everything that can be done and the work that Israel is doing to destroy this scourge is something that we should be supporting through the training of the LAF, supporting through our intelligence resources that are being offered. This bill, this is meant to drive a stake between allies. It's not It's meant to drive a wedge between allies. It's not meant to drive a stake in between, into the heart of our enemies, into the heart of terrorists. And that's the unfortunate part about it. It's meant to hurt our allies. It's not meant to hurt terrorists. That's beyond regrettable on this floor. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 7 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan and the sponsor of this resolution, Representative Rashida Tlaib.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 7 minutes.
This week's vote is about immediately ending all U.S. participation in the Israeli government's violent assault against the people of Lebanon. Over 4,200 people have been massacred since the start of the Israeli apartheid regime's brutal campaign of ethnic cleansing and territory expansion in Lebanon. And nearly 1,000 additional people have already been killed since Congress refused to pass the Lebanon War Powers Resolution earlier this month. That's just 25 days and 1,000 additional people. Over 4,200 beautiful souls have been taken from our earth, from their loved ones, by U.S.-funded bombs with the operational and targeting support from the U.S. military. Indiscriminate bombings continue to this day. Children, medics, journalists, parents, students. Everyone wants to label them as Hezbollah, but they were civilians. They were intentionally targeted. Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit for the record a June 17th report from UNICEF titled Lebanon, 12 Children Killed, Maimed Daily, Despite Hezbollah-Israel Truce.
Without objection.
That's an innocent child being killed or maimed every 2 hours in this U.S. assisted invasion. The apartheid government of Israel is intentionally killing civilians again in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Iran. It's the same genocidal playbook. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also submit for the record the June 18th report from the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry titled The Essence of Childhood Has Been Destroyed, Israel's Deliberate Targeting of Palestinian Children in the Occupied Palestine Territory since October 7th.
Without objection.
Everyone should read this horrifying report. It finds that the Israeli military deliberately targets and kills children as part of their ongoing genocide in Gaza. When Israeli leaders talk about applying the Gaza model in Lebanon, this is what they mean, and they never mention Hezbollah. They say, we have already seen the Israeli military kill 251 Lebanese children during the U.S. assisted invasion. And Mr. Speaker, in their own words, I just want to be clear, this is a June 17th report from Amnesty International Lebanon. Israel radically expands their unlawful mass evacuation orders and commits war crime of unlawful transfer. Can I submit this to the record, Mr. Speaker?
Without objection.
More than 1.3 million people have already been forced to leave their homes or being killed, with the Israeli military telling them they will not be allowed to return. 81 Lebanese neighborhoods have been violently depopulated and demolished, erased from the map entirely. I want to make this very, very clear. The United States is not a bystander to these war crimes. It's an active participant. The United States is currently engaged in illegal and unauthorized hostilities supporting the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in violation of the War Powers Act. The Trump administration is providing intelligence, coordinating strikes, demonstrating overt command over the Israeli military decisions, including greenlighting specific Israeli attacks and operations. The Trump administration is also providing spare parts and maintenance to keep Israeli jets in the air. Without that support, those jets cannot drop bombs to kill Lebanese children. Congress must reassert its constitutional authority and immediately vote to end all unauthorized U.S. participation in the destruction of Lebanon. Israeli leaders have been open about their plans. This is about seizing Lebanon's territory, expelling its people, expanding the government of Israel's borders. This is about ethnic cleansing and what they call, in their own words, the Greater Israel Project. Just this past week, genocidal maniac Netanyahu has said Israel does not plan to withdraw from the territory that they seized in Lebanon, and that they will forcibly displace Lebanese, and they will not be able, the people of Lebanon will not be able to return to their homes. I would like to submit for the record a June 24th Haaretz article, Netanyahu, quote, Israel won't withdraw from Lebanon as long as I am prime minister. Great slogan for his campaign.
Israeli defense minister said that in villages in South Lebanon, quote, we're going to be destroying all the houses. The residents will never see them standing before their eyes again, never mentioning Hezbollah. The Israeli National Security, in his own words, said, quote, all of Lebanon should burn. All of Lebanon should become our playground. And since the beginning, Mr. Speaker, the Israeli political and military leaders have repeatedly stated that their aim is to implement the, quote, Gaza model in Lebanon. Over the past 4 months, we have seen these horrific threats become a reality. This is a genocidal government that we are arming and supporting as they ethnically cleanse the Lebanese people. Prominent figures in both Israel and the Trump administration are now openly rooting for the new Lebanese civil war to further destabilize the country and prolong this invasion. It's sickening. To the Lebanese government, learn the lessons of the countries before you and the lessons of Lebanon's own history. The Israeli government does not abide by any agreements. They have violated every single ceasefire in all the so-called peace agreements. Time and time again, a ceasefire with Israel means you cease, they fire. Wake up. The so-called agreement is not protecting Lebanese people. This is about apartheid government and structure expanding into your country. Do not abandon your land and your people and become another subcontractor for the Israeli occupation. And shame on those who separate Beirut with South Lebanon. Lebanon is Lebanon. They are one people. Letting outsiders divide your people will only lead to a greater instability and another civil war. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, on the ground, Lebanese people continue to endure horrific violence. The Israeli government has killed 10 more Lebanese in the past 24 hours as we speak on this floor. The destruction of Lebanon continues with U.S. military support. We must act now to save lives, no matter faith. We must end U.S. support for these atrocities and force an end to these Israeli government's invasion and illegal military occupation of Lebanese territory. This vote is not only about ending the invasion of Lebanon, y'all, but about bringing end to disastrous war with Iran. It is connected. Israel's ongoing military occupation and campaign to destroy Lebanon threatens to undermine any chance of success for a peace deal and bring our troops home to end the war with Iran, a war which has killed countless civilians and causing extreme economic suffering for ordinary Americans right here at home who are already struggling to make ends meet. The American people are tired of watching their tax dollars fuel death, destruction, and endless war. They are tired of hearing that we don't have money for health care or child care at home.
Gentlelady's time
watching
has
U.S.
expired.
bombs there. This vote for the Lebanon War Power Resolution is clear.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Do you stand with Netanyahu and Trump's endless war crimes?
The
or do you stand
gentlelady is
with
no
human
longer
life,
recognized.
peace,
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot to unpack right there. I think I would start with this. The word genocidal was used. Now, I would remind the floor, there was only one person on this floor right now that has been reprimanded for calling for genocide. That person is walking out as we speak and didn't want the transcript of that allowed into the record last time. It was the person that was just speaking. So maybe not the best person, well, maybe a good person to give us definitions on genocide, but I don't think read them. You know, what kind of ethnic cleansing takes place from a country or from a leadership or a military that warns people to get out? That doesn't sound like ethnic cleansing. Get out if you're a civilian, you know, get out of this area. There are attacks coming to kill terrorists. That's not what ethnic cleansing looks like. That's not a genocidal attack, as was the accusation. And clearly, the individual has no real interest in debate because the individual left. You know, I think as much as we heard conversation about civilians, there was not one mention of the actual targeted civilian population, Israelis. That is the targeted civilian population day in, day out by Hezbollah. But there was no mention of that. But again, the gentlelady does not seek to have a debate about her own resolution, which is an odd thing to not want to debate your own resolution. I would have asked the individual over there if she supports the Lebanese United States-Israel framework for peace that's going on right now. As was mentioned, I believe, in the remarks that she gave, she doesn't support the Lebanese government. So I'm not trying to put words in her mouth. I'm trying to recall everything that was stated. But if she's not supporting the Lebanese government, maybe she doesn't support the framework for peace and is wanting people to fight. Maybe she wants people to fight instead of peace. I'm trying to unpack a lot of what was put there. But in the end, I think the most significant reason to vote against this resolution is a couple of the following. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. They are directly targeting civilians constantly in Israel. It is their day-to-day way of life. There's probably at least 40,000 of them as we speak in the south of Lebanon. There are not U.S. forces engaged in hostilities in Lebanon, but the resolution demands that we remove all U.S. forces from hostilities in Lebanon. It's an impossible thing to do. The ranking member has acknowledged there are no U.S. forces engaged in hostilities in Lebanon. But again, it's important to support our ally in their combat operations against this foreign terrorist organization that was responsible for killing 63 people, 17 Americans in the U.S. Embassy bombing in Beirut. The Marine barracks bombing killed 241 U.S. service members. Again, one of the deadliest terrorist attacks against the United States of America prior to 9/11. TWA Flight 847 hijacking. Hezbollah terrorists hijacked the aircraft, brutally tortured and murdered U.S. Navy diver Robert Statham. Hostage campaigns. Hezbollah would continually take hostages over and over and over again. There's too many stories of that to list off. Repeatedly targeting civilians, civilian infrastructure, diplomatic facilities, and commercial aviation. That's the MO of Hezbollah. Since October of 2023, Hezbollah has launched thousands of rockets, missiles, drones, anti-tank missiles into Israel, which is holding the largest American population anywhere in the Middle East. So those are attacks against Americans indiscriminately, forcing tens of thousands of civilians to evacuate the area, and again, many killed. Hezbollah deliberately targets not only military objectives, but civilians, diplomatic facilities, aviation, population centers, malls, cafes, buses, any place that they can target where there's an innocent civilian. That is their goal as a place to target. Not military targets, but innocent civilian targets, again, juxtaposed to Israel, who is conducting operations against terrorists specifically, who hide among civilians, very unfortunately, but whom they give a warning to over and over again to try to get any civilians exposed to any danger out of that danger zone. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we could talk more about this, but I'm going to reserve for a little while, let the ranking member over there speak about what he wants.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
No speakers. I reserve.
Okay. Gentleman's recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, while I have zero confidence this administration will be transparent with Congress, let me restate clearly that I've seen no information to indicate United States armed forces are engaged in combat hostilities on the ground in Lebanon. Nevertheless, this resolution is a timely and important assertion of Congress's constitutional authority, one that requires the administration to come to Congress before sending U.S. forces into another war. Conflict in Lebanon is not new. In 1975, Lebanon's civil war began, a conflict that would kill over 150,000 people in a country with a population of just several million. The United States sent troops to the country as part of a multinational force. Then on October 23rd, 1983, terrorists drove 2 truck bombs into our Marine barracks in Beirut, killing 241 of our soldiers. It was the deadliest day for our Marines since World War II. President Reagan made the right call and pulled out our Marines within 4 months. We must not, Mr. Speaker, repeat the failures of the past, be they 40 years or 40 days ago. We must not allow this administration to undermine the fragile ceasefire now in place, drag our troops into another conflict, or hand Congress's war-making authority to a president who has shown no interest in wielding it in a responsible manner, responsibly. So I support this resolution and encourage all of my colleagues to do so as well, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, we have the best chance for peace between Israel, Lebanon, the United States of America that has existed in decades. There is a framework in place that has been met between Israel, Lebanon, and the United States of America. The one holdout is Hezbollah. This resolution does absolutely nothing to help garner that peace. This resolution only seeks to embolden Hezbollah. That's the only thing that it does, because again, as was pointed out by my colleague, and I appreciate him saying this very firmly, he was very clear about this, there are no U.S. forces engaged in hostilities. Do we train Lebanese armed forces? Yes, we do. Do we provide intelligence? Yes, we do. But we don't have forces engaged there. But we are working for a peace that has evaded the world for decades, and we are closer than ever. I would encourage a no vote against this resolution because, again, it's simply undermining the peace process and really actually serves no purpose because it asks that we remove forces that are not present. In that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields. All time for debate has been yielded back. Pursuant to the order of the House of today, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The concurrent resolution, for what purpose, the gentleman from New York?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Ed Sheehan, President and CEO of Concurrent Technologies Corporation. Ed will retire this week, leaving a position he has committed many years to. For more than 3 decades, Ed's commitment to excellence has helped CTC become a leader in applied scientific research and development. In this position, he has helped foster a culture of innovation and collaboration, strengthening the company and its workforce. Ed's leadership extends well beyond the CTC, having served as chair and on the board of the directors of the Pennsylvania Chamber of Business and Industry, the United Way of Pennsylvania, and president of the Pennsylvania Society. Ed also served as a member of the Pennsylvania State Board of Education for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud Ed for his role in supporting the Commonwealth students and teachers. It has been a privilege to get to know Ed and his wife Julie over the years. He is a great community leader and even a better friend. Ed, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank my Communications Director, Jessica Lee, for her service to my office in the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois. Jessica came to my office from Giffords, bringing a steady commitment to public service and community safety that has shaped everything she touches. Jessica excelled at elevating the stories of those who are too often overlooked and felt powerless. She brought national attention to moms forced into dangerous births and families who continue to lose loved ones due to gun violence. She is small but mighty, quiet in presence, but always exactly where she is needed when the work demands it. And somewhere along the way, in studio and during filming, she started calling me One Take Kelly, a title I will accept with pride. Jessica, your leadership and good humor have made this office and your softball team stronger. I am deeply grateful for your service, and I wish you every success in your next chapter and beyond. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and remember a remarkable community leader and a dear personal friend, Mary Ross Cunningham. Born in rural Alabama on November 19, 1945, one of 22 children, Mary was a force of nature, larger than life, with the biggest of hearts and the most indomitable of spirits. For more than 2 decades in her hometown of Waukegan, Illinois, and across Lake County, she served her community with dignity and grace, fiercely advocating for those whom she represented. Mary was first elected to Lake County Board in 2002, and in 2018 was elected by her colleagues to be County Board Vice Chair. She moved to Waukegan, Illinois in the 1960s with her husband Samuel to start her family. Tragically, Samuel was murdered in 1968, and Mary was left to raise their 4 children alone. She raised 4 incredible children, Emerson, Sam, Jackie, and the late Alvin. Mary epitomized public service and was a fierce advocate for her constituents. She fought to expand access to affordable housing and quality health care, and she was an unwavering voice for those experiencing homelessness. Her commitment to equity and justice was matched only by her love of community. Mary leaves behind an extraordinary legacy. I will miss her as a colleague and as a mentor, but most as a friend. I send my deepest condolences to the entire Cunningham family and the community mourning a great loss. May her memory forever be a blessing. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Camden Pharmacy in St. Mary's, Georgia, as it celebrates its 20th anniversary on June 13th, 2026. For 2 decades, Camden Pharmacy has served the people of Camden County with personalized, community-focused health care. Located across from Camden Medical Center, the pharmacy offers prescription services, over-the-counter medications, wound care supplies, veterinary medications, long-term care, and hospice services, and much more. Under the leadership of pharmacist Anthony Kicklighter, Camden Pharmacy has built a reputation for exceptional service and a commitment to caring for every patient who walks through its doors. As a pharmacist myself, I understand the importance of forming a reliable repute within one's community, and Anthony has done great work for the people of St. Mary's. I'm happy Anthony and the entire Camden Pharmacy team own 20 years of dedicated service to our community and wishing them continued success in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Paul R. Watkin as he retires from federal service after an extraordinary 48 years of dedicated service to our nation. Mr. Watkin began his distinguished career in 1978 with Company C, 1st Ranger Battalion, 75th Infantry Regiment, where he served with honor and distinction in some of our nation's most challenging operations. While serving, he deployed in Operation Eagle Claw, the 1980 mission to rescue 53 American hostages in Iran, and later participated in Operation Urgent Fury in Grenada. After earning both the Ranger and Special Forces tabs and serving 7 years in the Special Operations community, he became a senior counterintelligence special agent and retired honorably from the U.S. Army in 2000. Mr. Watkin transitioned directly into federal civil service, serving in key security and intelligence leadership positions across the Army. Mr. Watkin has served our nation faithfully, and I wish him the best in the next chapter of his life. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Kennedy Ingram and Macy Phillips. The two Georgia graduates have made history as the first black women to receive a Bachelor of Science in Ocean Science from the University of Georgia. The program provides students with an interdisciplinary understanding of the structure and function of marine systems, from global oceans to local estuary environments, and their interaction with the Earth atmosphere system. The two were inspired to become pioneers in their field, hoping to have a lasting impact and inspire others like them to pursue groundbreaking endeavors. I'm proud to say that they were successful in their goals. Kennedy and Macy have become trailblazers, creating a tradition and legacy of academic achievement at their school. I thank Kennedy and Macy for their contributions to the scientific community. I am excited to see the tremendous things they will accomplish in the future. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Chef Mashama Bailey, who is credited with reinventing Southern and Black American food traditions. Beginning her career, she worked as a private chef in New York City and was later persuaded to undertake professional cooking. In 2014, she entered a partnership to open The Gray in Savannah, Georgia. In 2019 and 2022, she earned the James Beard Award for her dishes that featured history and culture through mixing traditional Southern techniques with contemporary influences. As chairwoman of the Edna Lewis Foundation, she preserves African American culinary traditions and develops educational opportunities in cooking, agriculture, food studies, and storytelling. Most recently, she was named to the Time 100 list of most influential people in the world. As an influential culinary figure, she received the North America's Best Female Chef Award for 2026. Chef Bailey is paving the way for rising chefs and inspiring others through her work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Greg Tanner, recently named South Georgia State College's president. As interim president, he increased his college enrollment in summer of 2023 by 14.7%, earning the Chancellor's Cup Award for enrollment growth. In 2025, he was presented with Phi Theta Kappa's Paragon Award for new presidents, honoring his dedication to the college and its students. More recently, he earned the Dr. Zeb Burrell, MD Distinguished Service Award for his contributions to the new emergency services concentration in the college's School of Business. The foundation of his career consists of a bachelor's degree in education from Georgia Southern University, a master's degree in physical education and educational leadership from Valdosta State University, and a doctorate in educational leadership and supervision from Nova Southeastern University. From a K-12 school principal to president of South Georgia College, illustrates his dedication to education and to leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Gina Rigby House for a remarkable career defined by hard work, faithful leadership, and a genuine commitment to serving others. Gina's journey began as a part-time employee at Aflac while she was still a senior in high school in Columbus, Georgia. Through dedication, perseverance, and an unwavering work ethic, She built a career spanning nearly 4 decades and became one of the most respected leaders in public policy and government affairs. For more than 26 years, Gina represented Aflac in Washington, helping guide the company through complex legislative and regulatory challenges while earning the trust and respect of colleagues, policymakers, and friends on both sides of the aisle. Yet what sets Gina apart is not simply her professional success, but the way she is invested in others. Through her leadership with the University of Alabama's Blackburn Institute, she has mentored countless young leaders, generously sharing her wisdom, encouragement, and belief in the next generation. Those who know Gina know her greatest joy has always been found in her family. The relationship she has built throughout her life and her signature sense of style, notably shown through her shoes. Whether as a mentor, colleague, wife, grandmother, or friend, she is led with grace, humility, and a servant's heart. I congratulate Gina on an extraordinary career, thank her for her countless lives she has touched, and wish her and her husband Mike every blessing in the years ahead. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Sandra Freihofer on becoming President-elect of the American Medical Association. Dr. Freihofer is an Atlanta-based internal medicine physician who has previously served in numerous roles in the AMA and has worked tirelessly to advance the roles of both patients and physicians. Following a vote by physicians and medical students at the AMA annual meeting, Dr. Freihofer garnered the support to begin her year-long term starting in June of 2027. Dr. Freihofer spent numerous years as the AMA's liaison to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. She contributed greatly to the development of vaccines protecting against COVID-19, influenza, HPV, and many others. Aside from the AMA, Dr. Freihofer served as president of the American College of Physicians. When she was elected in 2000, she became the youngest person and the second woman to have served in the role. I wish her the best of luck and sincere congratulations as she begins her role. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of my friend, Martha Zoller, whose voice and service to Georgia will be deeply missed. For more than 3 decades, Martha informed, challenged, and connected Georgians as a broadcaster, a columnist, author, and a political commentator. She earned the respect of listeners across our state through analytical, honest conversation and an abiding love for Georgia and our country. I had the privilege of joining Martha on her radio show many times over the years. Our conversations were always thoughtful, candid, and rooted in our shared commitment to serving the people of Georgia. She had a remarkable ability to ask the right questions and to listen carefully, offering valuable insights to listeners. Martha embodied the gold standard of professionalism, always acting quickly to offer her support as a mentor to countless people in politics and journalism. My prayers are with Martha's family, her friends, her colleagues, and the countless listeners whose lives she touched. Her legacy will live on through them. May God lift them up in His arms and help them find comfort in this challenging time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Josh Brooks, who has been the athletic director at the University of Georgia since 2021. He recently received a contract extension after back-to-back Southeastern Conference championships in football and national championships in women's tennis, women's track, and equestrian. During his time as athletics director, the Bulldogs have earned 9 team national championships, 14 SEC crowns, and 33 individual national titles across 21 sports. Many facility upgrades were under his management and supervision, including the new Lindsey Hopkins indoor tennis courts, improvements to the south side of Sanford Stadium, a new men's and women's basketball weight room, and more. He demonstrates leadership as an active member on the SEC Executive Committee and as vice chair of the NCAA Football Oversight Committee and chair of the NCAA Football Practice and Playing Seasons Committee. Brooks' extended contract will allow him to continue making momentous milestones for the University of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Mr. Lawrence Cohen Larry Walker, Jr., who passed away on June 9th at the age of 84. Mr. Walker was a lifelong resident of Perry, Georgia. He graduated from Perry High School in 1960 and attended the University of Georgia, where he earned a bachelor's in business administration and a Juris Doctorate. In 1966, Mr. Walker was appointed Perry's first municipal court judge, and later as the city attorney, a role he held for 40 years. Larry was elected to the Georgia State House of Representatives, where he served for 32 years and became majority leader. While in the state legislature, Mr. Walker played a key role in bringing Frito-Lays and the Georgia National Fairgrounds to Perry, Georgia. After his time in the State House, Larry was elected to Georgia Transportation Board and appointed by Governor Sonny Perdue to the University System of Georgia Board of Regents. Our thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Walker's family as they mourn his loss. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the service of Specialist Adrian Bonzi, a dedicated soldier of the United States Army who tragically lost his life during a training exercise earlier this month. Specialist Bonzi answered the call to serve his country when he joined the Army in 2023 and quickly distinguished himself through his professionalism and selfless service. As a combat engineer, he played a vital role for supporting our nation's military readiness. Prior to arriving at Fort Stewart, Specialist Bonzi served at Fort Carson, Colorado, and deployed to Poland in support of our allies and partners abroad. During his service, he earned 2 Army Achievement Medals, reflecting his dedication and contributions to the Army and his fellow soldiers. While training, Specialist Bonzi made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. We mourn this tragic loss, extend our deepest condolences to his family, his friends, and his fellow soldiers, and honor his memory with gratitude for his service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Angel Cabrera on his appointment as the next president of the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute is a globally recognized nonprofit organization dedicated to unlocking human potential, fostering understanding, and creating new possibilities for a better world. Dr. Cabrera currently serves as the 12th president of the Georgia Institute of Technology. Since taking office in 2019, he has led the university through a period of extraordinary growth and achievement. Under his leadership, enrollment has grown by 55% to more than 56,000 students, while annual sponsored research awards have exceeded $1.4 billion. His impact has been felt far beyond campus, helping strengthen innovation, develop talent, and drive economic opportunity across Georgia and beyond. I congratulate Dr. Cabrera on this well-deserved appointment and wish him continued success in this next chapter. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Melinda Snyder, affectionately known as the Yellow Bow Lady, whose dedication to service left an enduring mark on her community and on our state. Born in Savannah, Melinda spent decades serving others through civic leadership, volunteerism, and unwavering support for veterans and military families. She was a tireless advocate for veterans, holding leadership roles with DAV Auxiliary Unit 46, Vietnam Veterans of America Chapter 789, the Hinesville Military Affairs Committee, and the Veterans Memorial at Bryant Commons. Melinda also served as a member of the Liberty County Board of Elections, secretary of the Liberty County Republican Party, and a volunteer at Wynn Army Community Hospital. Her devotion to the soldiers and families of Fort Stewart earned her the affectionate title of Marne Rock Star. Melinda leaves behind a remarkable legacy of service, compassion, and community leadership. We extend our deepest condolences to her family and honor a life well lived. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the recent winners of Miss Georgia 2026 and Miss Teen Georgia 2026. At the 81st Annual Miss Georgia Scholarship Competition, Sophia Wooten, representing Northwest Georgia, was crowned Miss Georgia, and Melanie Tidemore, representing Capital Cities Teen, was named Miss Georgia's Teen. The candidates competed for scholarships and the opportunity to represent the state of Georgia in the Miss America and Miss America teen competitions this September. Sophia from Peachtree City is currently a student at the University of Georgia with her community service initiative focusing on disability advocacy and education. Melanie from Powder Springs currently attends Liberty University Online Academy with her community service initiative being Initiative Dance, a movement towards better health. Congratulations to these young women and best of luck in the upcoming Miss America competition. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Willie Underwood III, a distinguished urological surgeon, educator, and advocate, on his inauguration as the 181st President of the American Medical Association. I applaud Dr. Underwood for assuming his presidency at a defining moment for American healthcare. Based in Buffalo, New York, Dr. Underwood is only the second urologist and third black physician to serve as AMA president, a historic milestone for American medicine. A graduate of Morehouse College and SUNY Upstate Medical University, Dr. Underwood brings more than 25 years of urological surgery experience, including 15 years specializing in robotic urological oncology. He is a proud prostate cancer survivor whose personal experience deepened his commitment to closing gaps in care and ensuring every patient receives the treatment they deserve. As a pharmacist, I look forward to working alongside Dr. Underwood to build a healthcare system that provides more choices, lower costs, and better outcomes for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my middle son, Barrett Carter, a proud Southeast Georgia native and an accomplished PGA head golf professional. Barrett graduated from the University of Georgia before settling in the New Orleans area in 2009, where he has built an impressive career as a PGA Class A professional. He has served at some of the region's premier facilities, including TPC, Louisiana, and Metairie Country Club, and now currently serves as head golf professional at Oak Knoll Golf Country Club in Hammond, Louisiana. Barrett is passionate about growing the game through instruction and by creating welcoming programs for golfers of all ages and abilities. Although Barrett and his wife live in Metairie with their 3 daughters, precious daughters, the 1st District of Georgia is still proud to claim him as one of our own. Congratulations, son, on all you've done to inspire new players and grow the game of golf. Your mother and I are very, very proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 250 years ago, the Continental Congress, meeting in Philadelphia, gave birth to a new nation, built on the revolutionary idea that the power of government is derived from the people. The Continental Congress gave birth to a government by, of, and for the people, based upon principles of liberty and justice for all. And today we can be extraordinarily proud that the United States of America still stands upon those principles. But we also have to acknowledge that the promise of America remains unfinished 250 years later. Today, for Black Americans and historically marginalized communities, the ideals upon which this nation has been founded have too often been delayed, denied, or defended only after bitter struggle. From the fight to end slavery, to the struggle against Jim Crow, to the ongoing battles for voting rights, equal justice, economic opportunity, quality health care, the story of America has always been a story of both promise and unfinished progress. And at this critical moment, we must be clear. Celebrating America's extraordinary history cannot mean ignoring the work that is still before us to form that more perfect union. A true commemoration of 250 years must reckon with the reality upon which this country was founded, reconcile it with the ideals upon which this country was founded, and reckon with the communities who built this nation, fought to perfect it, and continue to demand that its promises are made real for all people. Tonight, the Congressional Black Caucus remains committed to ensuring our nation's progress is measured not only by its past, but by its continued pursuit of liberty and justice for all as we strive for that more perfect union. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Mr. Speaker, when Thomas Jefferson wrote those words in the Declaration of Independence, which the Continental Congress adopted on July 2nd, 1776, he did not include me. He did not include nearly 500,000 enslaved men, women, and children in the 13 colonies, including his own children at his beloved Monticello. Over a decade later, when James Madison wrote the Virginia Plan that formed the foundation for our U.S. Constitution, creating a government by, of, and for we the people in order to form a perfect union, he and the delegates to that convention did not include me. They did not include over 300 enslaved people who lived and labored at his Montpelier estate under 3 generations of the Madison family. And indeed, the Constitution adopted in 1789 considered enslaved individuals, like my ancestors, only 3/5 of a person for the purpose of how many people would serve in this body and for taxation. Beyond that, they were treated as property. For 250 years, the story of America has been one of each generation trying to reconcile the ideals upon which this country was founded with the reality and to make the ideals true for everyone. It has taken a civil war, the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 19th Amendments at a minimum to get us closer to that more perfect union. And we have made progress. I would not be standing before you as the first Black woman elected to this body or to serve in this body, period, from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the birthplace of American democracy and the birthplace of American slavery. I wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't made progress. But every time we have made progress as a nation towards that more perfect union, there's been a backlash. And that backlash has involved propaganda, violence, and voter suppression. And yet we continue to strive for that more perfect union. And I'm proud to be part of the Congressional Black Caucus, the conscience of the Congress that has fought for that progress, to keep that progress, and to build upon that progress. Virginia has played a leading role in this struggle of reconciling the ideals upon which our country was founded with its reality. Established on July 30th, 1619, Virginia boasts the oldest continuous lawmaking body in the Western Hemisphere, the first elected legislative assembly in the New World, the Virginia General Assembly, in which I and many of my fellow members of the Virginia delegation have served. It was the birthplace, the birth of American democracy. 1 month later, a Dutch privateer arrived on the shores of Virginia with 20 and odd Africans captured by Portuguese slavers in West Central Africa, and they were traded for provisions. 3 months after that, Virginia took steps towards becoming a permanent colony by recruiting English women to Jamestown to make wives to the inhabitants. And when those women arrived, they had no right to vote, no right to hold public office, no right to control their own property. So since 1776, and particularly since 1789, America has been faced with the question of how to make true for all Americans the promise of our founding documents. How do we make true a government by, of, and for the people when for so much of our history, too many people weren't allowed to participate? We have again, as I said, made progress. A lot of that progress, which was bought with the blood of the Civil War, bought with the blood of people during the Civil Rights Movement, marching, fighting, and in some cases dying for the right to vote. And yet today, we face a rollback of that progress. As we have a president who insists he will not sign another bill unless it is a modern-day poll tax. The Save America Act, which would require every American to prove their citizenship before they could vote through documents that cost money. That is just as much a poll tax as the poll tax my father paid when he first registered to vote in Tennessee. And it is on the Bible he kept, that receipt, that I took my oath of office to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. All of it, not just the convenient parts. We will continue, as the Congressional Black Caucus, to fight for progress. We stand on the shoulders of those who paved the way before us. We are building a path for those who will come after us. Because as John Lewis said, democracy is not a state. It is an act that requires every generation to do its part to build the beloved community. Because democracy in and of itself is not the point. It's what you do with it. It's what you do to build that more perfect union. And my parents, growing up during the Depression, under the tyranny of Jim Crow, as they fought to participate in their government, saw the best of government. When the full force of the federal government was used during the New Deal to help people and solve problems beyond their control caused by the Depression. But they saw the worst of government, a government that oppressed them solely for the color of their skin, for the benefit of others. They sparked in me a desire to make government that force that helps people and solve problems. That is what gets me through the chaos, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. Because I am very cognizant every day that I serve in this body, and especially on certain days that court decisions come out of the Supreme Court, I am very cognizant that I'm fighting the same fights that my parents, my grandparents, and my great-grandparents fought. And I could be angry about that, but I'm joyful. I'm joyful because I fight those fights from a position of more strength and power than they ever imagined. And I fight those fights so that my children and their children don't have to, but if they do, they fight from a position of more strength and power than I do. Because at the end of the day, in a government by, of, and for the people, government reflects the perspective and therefore meets the needs of the people who participate. And that's why the right to vote is so sacred. And that is why the Congressional Black Caucus will fight tooth and nail to protect it. It was purchased through blood, sweat, and many tears. It was promised in our founding documents, creating this government by, of, and for the people. And we will not rest while some are denied the exercise of that right because of barriers put in their way that have absolutely nothing to do with their ability to determine their own destiny. Now, Mr. Speaker, behind every founding father and mother who fought to give birth to our nation and make those ideals upon which this country was founded true for everyone, there's a family. Today, American families face serious strains as it becomes increasingly difficult to afford a home, childcare, education, healthcare, retirement, groceries, paying their energy bills. And Black families especially face challenges amidst the cost of living crisis that makes it much harder to pay rent or mortgages, put food on the table, keep the lights on, and get the health care they need when they need it. And a year ago, the policies put forward by congressional Republicans in what I call the Big Ugly Bill made that even worse, stripping health care away from millions of Americans, putting our safety net, our health care safety net, shredding it into tatters, taking food out of the mouths of hungry families, all to benefit the wealthiest top 10% in this country. The administration's policies to separate families, slash health care funding, continue to threaten the well-being of families across the country. Our country faces not only a record low fertility rate, as the cost of raising a child surpasses $300,000, but it continues to face maternal mortality rates, infant mortality rates, and preterm birth rates that are worse than any other industrialized nation. And if you're a Black woman, you are more than 3 times as likely to die as a white woman from childbirth-related death. But when you have a child in America, because we are one of the only developed nations without a national paid leave policy, 1 in 4 American mothers have to return to work within 2 weeks of giving birth because they cannot afford to stay home, even though you need at least 6 weeks to recover from childbirth, 8 if you've had a C-section. And believe me, you really need more than 8. As I know, as I had one, when my placenta ruptured and my daughter was born 9 weeks before her due date. And I needed more than 8 weeks to recover. For our families, the basic necessities of life, housing, healthcare, childcare are increasingly out of reach. And the Heritage Foundation has issued their blueprint for American families, the Saving America by Saving the Family blueprint, which is a blueprint for a conservative domestic and social policy plans. But instead of putting forward solutions to the problems that all American families face, such as the high maternal infant mortality rates, high preterm birth rates, high cost of childbirth, high cost of childcare, high cost of health care, lack of national paid leave, and the skyrocketing costs of everyday life, the plan focuses on a narrow view of what constitutes a family and ignores the wide diversity of families that call America home. I have a different vision. And that's why this week I will release the All-American Family Agenda, which illustrates a plan to make family life accessible and affordable for every American family, not just the ones that look like mine, regardless of how they are formed, regardless of where they lived, what they earn, how they worship, but everyone. The All-American Family Agenda will call for a future where American families are free to plan when, whether, and how to have children. Free from fear that a pregnancy may be too costly or complicated. Free from the fear that if they need medical intervention, that their provider will have to wait until they're close enough to death to intervene. One that's where they're free to work and care for loved ones without living paycheck to paycheck. As we mark 250 years of this nation, American families deserve opportunities to grow, afford, and care for their families for the next 250 years. Every American family, not just a few. And so, Mr. Speaker, there's so much more I could say as we celebrate 250 years of this extraordinary country. It is one I'm proud to live in. It is one I am proud to serve as a member of Congress. It's also one I love enough to ask it to live up to its promises to all people who live here. We have come a long way, but we also have seen a lot of that progress roll back. We're in that backlash again. We're in the same backlash that my great-grandfather saw, the backlash to Reconstruction, the backlash that told him that he had to take a literacy test in Alabama and find 3 white men to vouch for his character just to be able to register to vote. It was the backlash that he faced in his community as racial terror lynchings tried to put black people back in their place as defined by white supremacists and former Confederates who came back into power. It was the same backlash in his generation that created the lie of white supremacy to break up coalitions between formerly enslaved people and poor, non-landowning white people that was beginning to make progress for life, liberty, and justice and the pursuit of happiness for all. We're now in the same backlash that my parents faced. My mother, who the third youngest of 14 children, who was the first in her family to go beyond the 8th grade because in her town, the state of Mississippi didn't think it was important enough to educate black children. She had to move after working for a year just to get a high school diploma. She had to move to go to college. And she saw firsthand in her family that because her siblings, her parents, and her other family members and friends didn't have that opportunity, that they were limited in the jobs they could take. And that's why every woman in her family was a domestic, caring for white people's children. And every man in her family was a laborer, because that's all that was available to them under the tyranny of Jim Crow. My father, who had to pay that poll tax. My mother, who didn't vote until after 1965. We're facing that backlash now. We're facing the violence of people who stormed this building to take by force what they couldn't win at the ballot box for only the second time in American history. We are facing the voter suppression of a modern-day poll tax. We are facing the propaganda of stolen elections, birtherism, and the creation of villains in a limited view of what the American dream and the American story should be. But just like generations before us fought that backlash, the Congressional Black Caucus is standing up here today to fight back against this one. In a government by, of, and for the people, government reflects the perspective and therefore meets the needs of the people who participate. We fought long and hard to expand that participation beyond the white land-owning men that were signed the Declaration of Independence and ratified the Constitution. We fought too hard for too long to ensure every American had the ability to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it is our job as members of Congress to help the American people today achieve those by protecting their rights, not rolling them back. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not going back. Mr. Speaker, we're going forward. We're fighting to ensure that the ideals upon which this country was founded become true for everybody. That when we say liberty and justice for all, we mean all. Not just people who look like us, not just people who worship like us, not just people who were born in this country, not just people who love like us, but everybody. We will fight for that more perfect union every single day. And if necessary, we'll die for it. Because too many people did. And I'll close with this. As the president wants to reshape what history is taught in our schools, what history is shown in our public spaces, what history is shown in our museums, as he wants to ignore what he considers to be uncomfortable or put America in a dark and unflattering light. We're not that perfect union yet. There's good, there's bad, and there's ugly. And we have to embrace all of it because it makes us who we are today. And we will never achieve that more perfect union if we don't understand where we are and how we got here. But it's also important that we learn the good, the bad, and the ugly, because the bad and the ugly help us celebrate how far we've come. And that came home to me when I took my children back to the African American History Museum last year during spring break. And as I stood in the exhibit on the Middle Passage, which I'd been in many, many times, that time, in the midst of the chaos we find ourselves in, I realized that somebody survived that so that I could be here in this moment, right now, celebrating 250 years of the ideal of liberty and justice for all, that I can fight for the reality of liberty and justice for all. And I'm not going to let anybody take away the ability to celebrate that. I am not going to let anybody take away my joy at coming from an unknown member of my family. We think we know, but we don't. DNA has allowed us to figure out maybe where they came from, but we have no idea who they are. But to come through the Middle Passage and end up with a descendant serving in this body, that's an extraordinary American story. But you can't celebrate it if you don't celebrate how it began. And you can't fully celebrate how it began if you're not honest about how it began. So as we each commemorate in our own way what 250 years of America means, it means to me that I will fight as a member of the Congressional Black Caucus with my now 61 colleagues, a record number, as we face challenges to our strength through redistricting and efforts to suppress votes. We're going to fight every day to strive for that more perfect union because we believe in the promise of the Declaration of Independence. We swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution that created a government by, of, and for the people. And we will not rest until the ideals upon which this country was founded become true for everyone that calls America home. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise the question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Directing the Committee on Ethics to preserve and publicly release records relating to monetary settlements involving acts of sexual harassment, whereas transparency is essential for accountability in government, whereas sexual harassment and unwelcome sexual advances by members, delegates, or residents commissioners in violation of Clause 9 and Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House affect the safety, dignity, and the integrity of the proceedings of the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that with respect to reviews, investigations, or matters which the Committee on Ethics or the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights have reviewed, conducted, or facilitated, the Committee on Ethics and the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights shall, not later than 60 days after the adoption of this resolution, make publicly available a single consolidated list that sets forth separately for each member, delegate, or resident commissioner the name of each member, delegate, or resident commissioner who was the subject of any review or investigation involving a violation of Clause 9 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives as it pertains to acts of sexual harassment, or Clause 18 of Rule 23 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, or any case involving sexual harassment or sexual abuse if it resulted in a payment of taxpayer funds, and, adjacent to each such name, the total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such matters. The aggregate total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such reviews, investigations, or matters involving members, delegates, or resident commissioners that did not, in any portion of the settlement, involve sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct. The aggregate total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such reviews, investigations, or matters involving, in part or in full, sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct by employees of the House of Representatives, and the aggregate total amount of taxpayer funds included in all settlements, payments, reimbursements, awards, or other financial considerations paid in connection with such reviews, investigations, or matters involving conduct by employees of the House of Representatives that did not, in any portion of the settlement, involve sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct. That for the purposes of this resolution, any such settlement, payment, reimbursement, award, or other financial consideration shall be treated as involving sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct if sexual harassment, sexual abuse, or sexual misconduct was any component of the matter, regardless of whether the matter also involved was classified as or was resolved under another claim, violation, or category.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from Kentucky will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Does the gentleman from Kentucky have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.